Everyone, get in the fair. Get in the fair. In the language of the people of Kemet, that means good evening, good night. Get in the fair. Get in the fair. Let's see comments. Okay, if anybody's here. So far, no one's here, and that's okay. Here we go. Okay, yeah. All right. So, moderation activity is now hidden. Show activity. Cool. All right. Yeah, I know you guys are like, where's Shakka? Where's Ahmose? Like, where has he been? The last we heard about Ahmose, he was destroying some Hebrew Israelite in a debate a few weeks ago. They just don't learn, which seems to be what their forte is, not learning. Just bring this down some. So, welcome to one and all. It's going to be an interesting evening. I can guarantee you that much. Yeah, it's been a very, very interesting year for me, really. And this evening for me is a special evening, so I'm going to try to make it special for all of you as well. It's kind of taken a lot of courage for me to come to this point, believe it or not. And I promised myself I wouldn't talk about that because, you know, the whole thing is you're supposed to make everything look easy. You know what I mean? You're supposed to make it look like, oh, yeah, I did that in my sleep. And that's just not the case. So, hotep to all of you. Let me greet some people. It's nice not to be here alone. I appreciate that, Marcel. It's glad to be back here. All right. Absolutely. Scovington, hotep. Dusko, Blackman, Du, hotep. Maurice, welcome, welcome. K Hooks, hotep, welcome. Marcel, the great, welcome. Scovington, I appreciate you again. Troy, always. Troy, I didn't know you lived in New York. You should hit me up sometime. Okay. Hey, Chicago's in the house. That's what's up. Yeah. Hold on. You got Chicago Manuel of Stop. Nah, I don't know that. All right. Dane, I appreciate you. Oh, done with it. I appreciate you. Right. Mama Isis, welcome. Come on in. Letitia, glad to see you here. Yeah, absolutely. Donatel, if I said that correctly, I don't know. Yeah, so it seems like no matter how hard I try to prepare myself to come early, it's just not in the cards for me. And I was kind of wondering about that this evening. Get this light out of my eyes. I was kind of wondering about that this evening. Like, why is it always such a trip for me to come up here and be up here like early in the day when people are around? Well, I think the first reason is I don't think it's that I'm selfish with my time. I just value my time, and I try to use my time wisely. So during the daytime, I'm usually doing things that pertain to my health. You know, I make sure I'm preparing green juice, right? I'm making sure I'm preparing berries. That requires shopping, and I have to exercise. I have to work out. I worked out at Central Park today. It felt wonderful, and yeah, it was a wonderful experience. And so I just preoccupy my time with trying to do right by me. So at least this way, by the time I come sit in front of you, at least I'm in condition to deliver something of value. I don't think there's anything worse than, well, there's a lot worse, but I think we can do a lot better when we come before people to give them something. I think we should be presentable in as much as possible. And for me, that's an all-day affair. Okay. Some of you, you just wake up, you roll out of bed, you make it look easy. That ain't me. You understand what I'm saying? This is not me. Okay. So that said, I'm going to kind of be going into a lot tonight. So for those of you, and the other thing I thought about too, that made me feel not so bad about it, I said, you know, in ancient Kemet, the netchers that really that deal with knowledge are very closely associated to the moon, to nighttime. Tahuti, first and foremost, is associated with the moon and nighttime. Okay. Also Yah. Okay, the netcher Yah, the moon disk over his crown, associated with nighttime. So it seems that these gods or these netchers, these netcheru, who deal with nighttime, have great prominence in the pantheon of the netcheru of ancient Kemet, of the Nile Valley. And so I figured maybe it's fitting that I do this at this hour. One thing I also know is that a lot of the teaching that took place in Kemet was closely related to the stars, to the Seba'u in the sky. And you could only, for the most part, do that again at night. So while the European has us doing these things in the daytime, perhaps maybe that's not the way. Maybe it's better to do these things in accordance with our own way. Makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. I mean, who's got time for learning in the daytime? People are trying to work, survive, live, do all kinds of things, take care of themselves and their family. And then the other good thing about doing it at this hour is that I think more people are home. Not that you have to be home to watch anything these days, but there are less distractions when you're home. You can recline, you can chill out, you can grab something to eat, you know, and you can get some very real substantive discourse. So one of the first things that I want to say to those of you who are watching me for the first time, get in there, that means good evening in the language of ancient Kemet, in Eden Kemet. My name is Shakka-Ahmose. I'm a research specialist and I'm a producer. Okay, amongst other things. But those are the two main things, right? And I will share one secret with you guys, which is really one of the main reasons why you all don't see me much. One of the things that many of you may not know is that I grew up performing a lot, often. And I was a professional performer. And as a professional performer, I always had to get ready to go on stage. And one of the things that I always suffered from, always, was stage fright. It's kind of exhilarating because you're like, it's like you're like a rocket on a launch pad getting ready to, but it can mess with you. And I realized that I still carry that with me. So when it's time for me to get on camera, the first thing in my mind is, oh my God, like I'm about to really be communicating with a whole lot of people all at once, you know? And I can't say that I'm always the most comfortable doing that. I'm a one-on-one kind of person. You know, that's why people who I really care about, who I really enjoy having discourse with, I usually invite them to my residence. They'll sit across from me and we'll have a discourse. You know, we'll have some good discussion, probably over some good food, or we'll go get something to eat and come back, or we'll discourse first and then go get something to eat or whatever, right? You know, I'm kind of old school in that way. But the generation that I grew up, we didn't grow up with all of this, the internet, cell phones, blah, 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 blah. So there are a lot of people who are basically in the last few generations or in the last few decades who were basically born and raised on camera, on their cell phone, on their, you know, these days people have personal arguments on their cell phones. It is the strangest thing, right? So I watched an interesting video tonight called "Life After Influencing." It's about influencers who got tired of influencing. And my thing is, you guys are just now like getting there. Like I was there back when I was first introduced to all of this being on camera all of the time. I'm like, no, there's something that's not natural about this. But I think that when you have a reason to be on camera and you're not coming to waste people's time and you're coming to speak about something of great import, at least great import to yourself and to those who are watching. And that being said, let me be very clear that what I'm here to discuss with you this evening is it may not be for everyone. I can't tell you who it's for. I can tell you who it's aimed at. I can tell you who it's for and who it's aimed at. Right? My primary purpose and reason for being here is to have dialogue or to impart dialogue of value that African people, particularly in the diaspora, need to have. Okay? So let me be very clear on that. Okay? Hotep and Uncle Johnson, or I heard that in the background, Nehem. Nehem means thank you. So, there are quite a few people who shall remain nameless who are, often out for me to come on their channel and get involved with the histrionics or whatever that may be going on their channel. And I'm just not really there, like here, you know what I mean? Where I'm at is I'm at a certain point in a personal journey that I've been on for about a year. And fortunately or unfortunately, I've reached a point in that journey that I really kind of have no choice but to bring the rest of you in. Okay? I'm going to try to wait until a few more people get in here. It's late. Actually, it's not even really late, to be quite honest. I think 3-4 in the morning is late. Right now, it's like, 12:20, So I think most people work from home these days anyway, to the best of my knowledge. I don't know. But I'm going to wait for a few more people to get in here. You might want to call some friends for this one, right? So something interesting happened to me yesterday. I went to the health food store on Broadway, right? A few blocks from Columbia University. There's a health food store that I really like there. And on my way back, the weather was really beautiful. I decided to stop and stand on a corner and just people watch before I headed back towards my neighborhood, which is like about a 15 minute walk, maybe 12 minutes. So standing on the corner, and it's one of these Asian stores that cater strictly to the Asian community. It's like a big supermarket, but it's Asian delicacies, and primarily for the Korean community. There's a lot of them in Colombia. And I went in there to get some kimchi, which is really good for your gut. And when I came out, I decided to just stand on the corner and just soak in the energy, right? Which is kind of weird because that area there's not really a lot of color in that area, if you know what I mean, right? It's Columbia University, it's Broadway, it's Manhattan, Upper West Side, or what they call Columbia Heights. And it's mostly white people, with some few different colors sprinkled in, right? Because it is a university area. But me, I like energy. I like being outside, in the sun like everybody else. And as I was standing there, I was listening to some music that's really vibing. And this young white guy walks up to me and he says, "Shakka-Ahmose?" So I said, "Yeah." And he goes, are you really Shakka-Ahmose? I said, yes, I'm Shakka-Ahmose. And he said, like, wow, like, I can't believe you're standing here. So I said, yeah, I just finished shopping. I'm enjoying the weather. And he says to me, I said, so apparently, you watch me online. And I said to him, I said, what are you doing watching me online? And he said, check out what he said. Young white guy. He said to me, he said, man, I've been watching you for years. He said, I've been watching you since before the scholarship. Now that was really like, whoa. He said, I've been following you since you were doing your music videos, your first ones. I said, wow. And he said, what really blew me away was he named one of the music videos, I think it was Morning Star. And he said, man, them videos went all around my high school. I was like, are you serious? He was like, yeah, like they were like really something in his high school. So I said, well, what high school did you go to? And he said the high school was called Summit here in New York City, Summit High School. I've never heard of it. I may have heard of it once or twice before, but I don't really know it. So very nice young man. And it's one of those things that I have to constantly be reminded of, that even though my message, and I'm never shy about it, I'm not ever shy about it. My message is for Black people primarily, right? For African people. That's who my message is for. Why? Because that's the community from which I spring. And so they say charity begins at home, and I'm here to give. That is the community that I have foremost in mind. But it does not mean that I'm oblivious to the fact that there are many different people of other races, ethnicities, and nationalities that watch me. And so, because everyone wants to learn at the end of the day, and I think that I am known for teaching, so which I'm going to be doing tonight. I'm going to be addressing a few things. I've been holding back a lot. Y'all don't even know. So I'm just kind of getting warmed up here. Like I said, I'm not used to being in front of the camera. I won't ever be used to being in front of the camera. I don't know, for me, being in front of the camera is always work, You got to make sure you're looking good, you're smelling good, you're feeling good. And that's a lot of fucking work, okay? So, but it is what it is. So, I'm sitting here listening to my favorite song, a song by Rihanna called Lift Me Up. I love that song. Like, I sing it all day long. I put it on repeat and just sing with it all day long. It's the most beautiful song I've ever heard. It makes me, it's from the movie Wakanda Forever, but it really makes me think of Chadwick Boseman, T'Challa, Black Panther. It makes me think of him. Someone who, though I didn't know him, his presence is missed in my world and in my heart. And I didn't realize what that brother meant to me until he passed. That was a very emotional day for me. Very much so. Right? And so when I hear that song, it makes me think of his spirit, his ka. Right? And Rihanna did such a stellar job. Like, she's untouchable on that song. It's called Lift Me Up. In fact, I was so moved by it the other day. I had to call someone. I needed to listen to that song with a female on the other end of me. So I called up one of my Facebook friends, who I always thought she was just so delicious looking. And I called her up, and she accommodated me so beautifully in that moment and shared that moment with me. I'm very, very grateful to her for doing that. Because music is really how I communicate anyway. And it's really hard to find people who communicate with music, through music, the way that I do. So that really meant a lot to me. I'm in New York. She was all the way in Texas, but, it was really awesome. Awesome experience. So I'm listening to that song right now in my ear because this is a special moment, and I wanted to listen to a special song while I'm doing it. So let me just look in the chat and see if I've overlooked anything. He's in Springfield. Oh, but you visit New York. Okay, yeah, definitely hit me up when you're in New York, bud. All right. Shout out to we got St. Louis in the house. All right. Shout out to St. Louis, Warren Harris. Hey, whoa. We got Arkansas in here. That's what's up. Okay. Let's check out the reach, people. Oh, we got Waco, Texas. All right. That's what's up, man. Man, it's black folks all over the place. That's what's up. Okay. Who else we got in here? Let's see. Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. You're more than welcome, Mahim. I appreciate you. I'm sorry, Rasan, I appreciate you. As y'all can see, I don't have my glasses on, so, yeah. Plus, I'm just used to squinting my eyes anyway. Yeah. Okay. Drop myth or reality? Oh, Diop, myth or reality. Yeah, absolutely. Right. Okay. Hey, we got other family up in here from Texas. Right? Thick. All right, that's what's up. Okay. Okay. Am I aware of two recent groups fighting each other? Why would I be? If it's not positive, I try to avoid it. Yeah, hit the like button, please, people. This is very important. Hit the like button, family. Please hit the like button so that the algorithm knows that this is a platform of value. Okay, here we go. And I think you're really going to be able to appreciate hotep. I love that we still use that hotep, even though they tried to take that from us by ridiculing that term, by trying to make it an epithet and trying to speak derisively of it. They tried to make it something that we would be ashamed of, and we still use hotep. Don't stop using it. We won't ever stop using it, okay? Because it's the most valuable thing you can offer someone, which is peace. In a world of so much turbulence and so much chaos and so much backwardness, when somebody wishes you peace and offers you peace and offers you satisfaction and tries to relate to you in that way, that's not something to belittle. That's not something to diminish, especially when it's something that comes out of your culture. The very same people who try to belittle the term hotep, they don't belittle assalamu alaikum, right? They don't belittle shalom. They only found a reason to laugh at their own term because that's part of the black psychosis of black people in America. And I've spoken at length in the past exactly what group, what demographic within the black community waged that smear campaign against the Kemetic community. I've spoken about who they are, and I'll speak about them again in the future, right? I think that, you know, your deeds, when your deeds make you worthy of being spoken of, good or bad, then, you know, let the conversation be had, right? Preferably if it's constructive, okay? So when I speak of them, I will try to do so in a constructive way. I can't promise you or guarantee you that it will be, but I'll try. Hey, Oklahoma. All right. My parents were actually married in Oklahoma back in the 50s. No, in the 60s, in the very early 60s. Yeah. Probably in 1960. Yeah. They were married on an army base. Yep. Okay. Got New York in the house. Peace to Strong Island. That's what's up. Hey, Miami. I love Miami. Sorry, folks. Love me some Miami. You know, I was living in Florida for 4 years, South Florida, right? So, I mean, Hollywood is what I really love, but, you know, shout out to my West Coast people. That's what's up. You guys come on in here. All right. Right. That's funny. Get some Egyptian glasses. Egyptians probably don't even know how to make glasses because they damn sure didn't make any pyramids, right? Okay. Hey, shout out Thailand in the house. Got my Thai people with me. Y'all gonna learn tonight. Okay. Shout out to my Connecticut people. Say hello to Diana Ross for me. I'm still a big fan. Although Tracy is the one I really want to meet. Tracy Ross. Honestly, I still want to meet Diana. Right? But Tracy Ross, whew, that's my Cleopatra. Okay. Let's see. Hey, my West Side people up in here. Shout out to my Fresno people. That's what's up. We got Detroit up in here, right? Motor City. That's what's up. Okay, no. Hey, another hotep. Hotep to the people. Every time you see those hoteps, that means we still standing, people. Right? That's what's up. All right. Nadeem, what's up? Okay. What's up, Nadeem? Shout out to you. Oh, man. Oh no, it's not. He said that there's it's ignorant fools online that doesn't know what the word hotep means. It's not that. It's the fact that they didn't know any other words in the Kemetic lexicon, so they seized on the one word that we use to greet people with, and they used that to try to ridicule an entire community because of the values of ancient Kemet. And they felt that because of the values of ancient Kemet, it was something that they couldn't be a part of. And they felt that ancient Kemet, by virtue of their values, looked down on them. And they are correct. They are correct. But the lesson, what is the lesson there? The lesson is that everything that you do in this world and in this life, everyone is not going to approve of, including people that you might love and respect. Or something that you might love, respect, admire, and appreciate might not love, respect, and appreciate and admire you or your behavior or the life choices that you've made. And you have to accept that. If you want to be the kind of person in this world who can only admire things and people who admire them, then you're going to be asked out. Because to be respected and admired, you have to make contributions on a certain level. You don't get respect and admiration just because you're standing there. Even if you got a big butt and big breast and pretty face and light skin and long hair and whatever, I don't know, because you certainly don't want those things for the wrong reasons anyway. You don't want to be respected, loved, and admired for the wrong reasons. You want to be respected, loved, and admired for all of the right reasons. Everything else is just gravy on top, or poison on top. Yeah, depending on who the person is. So, North Kakalaki. All right. Let me try that. Udo Diriji. Udo Diriji. Peace be upon you. Udo Diriji. In Igbo. Everybody say it with me. Udo Diriji. I love African languages. The way they just roll off the tongue. People be talking about French and Spanish. Get that gutter language out of here. African languages. They're just sumptuous. They are. They're sumptuous. They're complex. They're rhythmic. This is the way they just roll off the tongue. Udo Diriji. Peace be upon you. Udo Dirigi. I don't know if the G is a hard G or a soft G. So Udo Dirigi. Udo Diriji. Peace be upon you. Obi de say hotep. Gim hotep. I come in satisfaction and peace. Shim hotep. Leave in satisfaction and peace. Peace, Zion. All right. Hey, we got Atlanta up in the house. Okay. Atlanta could use a lot of healing, people. A lot of healing. Let me see. Hey, right. Seattle's in the house. That's what's up. Hey, Arizona. Okay. Oh, Mark. I told y'all, there's all kind of folks that watch. And I can honestly say that this is a close personal friend. Yeah, someone who actually means a lot to me. He and his family. Absolutely. Because they showed me that I mean a lot to them. So it is what it is. Right? Let's see. Mike, I'm gonna say what I always say. Gotta give you a call. All right, let's see. Let me tell you something. It's not easy. I was thinking about this the other day. I said, I don't have a lot of white friends, but the few white friends that I do have, like, I genuinely care about, because I know they genuinely care about me, and they've shown that and proved that throughout our relationship. But I never allowed those relationships to keep me from saying what need be said. Because the way I look at it is, anybody who truly respects me is going to respect my values, and is going to respect the truth that those values inhabit, that those values advocate. Okay? So when I'm speaking, and sometimes I get harsh, sometimes it's going to sound venomous. Take it as it comes. Because when I'm the same way towards my own people, towards the African people, I'm not going to bite my tongue when I get on us. So if I don't bite my tongue when I get on black people, I'm damn sure I'm not going to bite my tongue when I get on white people. It's just not going to happen. So I've always prepared to lose friends on either side. And don't take this the wrong way, but when it comes to the big picture of my life, I could care less. It wouldn't matter to me at all. I would lose no sleep. Because what matters to me is my purpose. And my purpose is ingrained in who I am. And that's how you know who your real friends are. Your real friends are going to be, say what you got to say. And they're also going to be like, do what you got to do. Do what you got to do. Just don't bring no harm to yourself if you can avoid it. That's it. So I had to put that out there. Because I'm going to be very mean-spirited for the next few episodes. There's a lot of people I got to put in check. Because they've been really out of line. Really, really out of line. Okay? And just really out of line. Many of you are going to be very surprised at what you see tonight. Okay? And it's okay. It's meant for you to be surprised. But this is Shakka-Ahmose moving into another stage of my purpose, my calling, my journey. That's why I called this what I called it tonight. The Kemetville journey. You can see the t-shirt. Let me see if I can get that banner off of there so you can see it. Hold on a second. Let me see. Can I do it? I don't even know if I'd know how to no. Can I? Let me see, what's this? Put it back on minimal. Okay. Classic. It's classic. Oh, I really wish I could make that banner disappear. I'd love to know how. Oh, here we go. Boom. Okay, there you go. So now you can see the shirt. Kemetville. Shakka, what's Kemetville? What's Kemetville, Shakka? We're gonna talk about Kemetville. It's a secret that I've been keeping I've been trying to keep it. It hasn't been easy because I've been wanting to talk about it for a long time, but I haven't really been able to. So let me just see what a few more people are saying, because I can't believe I'm actually here tonight doing this. Y'all don't know what it took for me to do this. I just know I couldn't go one more day without doing this. And I said, I don't care if you go on at 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning. Luckily, I made it at midnight, which for me is early. So one of the things that I'm constantly learning about success is that there is no perfect time to do anything. When you're dealing with success, the perfect time is always right now. And it's been a very hard lesson for me to learn. And I will continue learning that lesson. But I knew I had to do this right now, because if I didn't, would it get done? What other excuse would I find to not come before the people and give them what really belongs to them? This is what tonight is about. Tonight, I had to admit, I've been accepting it for the past few days, that in my journey with what I've chosen to do, one of the things that I had to accept is that it's not all about just me. And it's hard to remember that when you're the one that's really doing all of the behind the scenes work. When you're doing all of the behind the scenes work, it can feel like it's just all about you, because you're the one that's sacrificing. You're the one that's losing sleep. You're the one that doesn't eat right a lot of times, or your body's hurt because you've been up too long with no sleep and sitting in a chair that's not good for your back, or whatever it might be. Your feet are swollen because you've been in one position for 36 hours straight trying to get a scene or something right, And I was telling somebody earlier today, people only see projects when they're done. They don't see what you go through when there's no camera on you. They don't see that part. And so I can tell you right now, one of the things that really got me to this point is just listening constantly bombarding my ears with motivational videos, because you need motivation and inspiration. Mostly you need discipline, but in the beginning you're going to need mountains of motivation, mountains of inspiration. You're going to need it, because there's going to be another part of you telling you, you can't do this. It's impossible. They're not going to like it. You're going to fail. You're going to hear a lot of that in your head. You're going to fail. You're going to fail. You're going to fail. And you're going to have every reason under the sun to fail. And you just got to keep coming against it. You just got to keep whatever. Then I'll do it failing. Period. As long as it gets done, then I'll do it failing. It's okay. And that has to be your attitude. Because if you don't have that attitude and you're always waiting for the perfect moment, that thing that you really want to do is not going to get done. And so I would love to have come before you maybe 1 in the afternoon when the sun is out and everything is shiny and I'm feeling brand new. I just come from the gym nah, that's not what it is. I just knew I couldn't go another night without coming before you and saying, look, there's something that I have to share with you, something I'm going to show you. And then we go from there. But moving forward after tonight, I can guarantee you we will be going together. And that's going to be another thing that I have to get used to after tonight. That after tonight, Kemetville will not just be mine. Right? So far, it's just pretty much been mine and the people who've been working with me on it. Right? But after tonight, Kemetville will no longer be just mine. I mean, I own it, but as an idea whose time has come, it belongs to us. It's ours, because that's who it's for. That's who I made it for. I made it for us. And if you have to ask who us is, then you're watching the wrong person. You follow? That's right. That shit right there. Yo, you see what's on the screen, people? Lee said it all. Let me see Lee. Yo, Lee. Bro, you said it all, homie. That word right there. That word, it is the most important word you will learn in your life. It is the most important word you will learn in your life. The process. That's what's going to make you, and it's going to break you, and it's going to make you again if you let it. It's going to make you, it's going to break you, and it's going to make you again 1,000 times if you're down for it. But if you're not down for it, don't come. Because it's going to hurt. It's going to get scary. All kind of shit. But you got to just decide what means more to you than anything else. And for the past year of my life, nothing has meant more to me than what you see on this t-shirt. Nothing. Nothing. And it will be hard pressed for something to mean more to me moving forward because of what this thing means, what Kemetville means. There's really no words. So what I'm going to do, I was going to wait till we got to 100 people. Right now, we're only at 70. But I don't want to say only because sometimes it's not quantity, it's quality. You know, it's great to have everybody watching you. But would you prefer to have a handful of the right people watching you, or do you just want everybody watching? I'd go for the handful if it's the right people watching me. And so right now, these 73 people, you're the right people. Okay? More may come. I hope they do. But these 73 or these 74, you are the right people. It's because you're here. Remember I said the most important part of success is that this word right here, the process, but then that other word, right now. The inner saboteur. That's right. Oh, yeah, Blake. You know what's so funny, Blake? I hit that by accident. I didn't even mean to highlight that. I didn't even see that. I didn't even see it in the comments. My finger just hit my mouse by accident, and that popped up on the screen. That's exactly that inner saboteur. That inner saboteur is there. Your apophis is in there. That dragon you got to slay, that giant slayer, it's between your ears. And the more dynamic you are, think about how much more dynamic your giant is that you got to slay. Think about that. So it's a double fight. You're fighting to bring your purpose into being, and then you're fighting everything between your ears telling you it can't be done and you can't do this. But if you know anything about me, there's nothing I love more than somebody telling me it can't be done. I love that. Like, I live for that. I'd be like, oh, it can't? I can't do that? Fastest way to get me to do something is tell me I can't do it. I try not to tell that to people because then they use that, right? In fact, my homie Sonetta knows that, but he uses that a lot. But let me finish looking, right? Yeah, you better believe it. This right here, Kemetville, it's a brand, it's a movement, and it's a family. You bet, bro. I need to snapshot that. There it is. I wanted to get a nice picture with that. That's what's up. It's a brand, it's a movement, it's a family. You better believe it. I agree with this one here. 1 second. Zion, I agree with that. I agree. I'm Snapchatting, or what do you call that? Screenshotting that too. There you go. Save that for posterity because it's very true. Yeah. Are you struggling like this too, Lee? Yeah, bro. It's real. It's real. It's real. Okay. Okay, Palmer. You have the opportunity to do so again. So, all right, we're at 78 people. So I tell you, we're at 79. One more. We get one more up in here, and we got you going to get started. Okay. So we're going to start at 80 instead of, oh shit, we're at 80. Okay. So I got to keep my word. Darn. All right. I want to wait to 100. That's all right. When it gets to 100, we'll just do it again. So guys, you're all here on a very special evening. A lot of what you're going to see tonight, others wanted it on their channel. And I just could not do that. It had to be done here on my platform. And that's just, the way it has to be. So I guess without further ado, is that it? Yeah, that's it. Let's get started. Okay. Everybody, somebody, anybody, please tell me that you heard some kind of sound. Because if you didn't hear some kind of sound, that means that something's really not good. And if something's really not good, I just found out the hard way. But that's okay. Here's the deal. What I'm doing tonight, I'm doing kind of as an experiment to find out what's going to work and what's not going to work. So there are no mistakes tonight. Let's just be clear about that. There are no mistakes tonight. I was surprised just now when I went to play the intro that I didn't hear anything. So I'm going to take a quick look at my channel, right? I'm going to take a quick look at my channel.
It's fair that I give you my opinion. Nowadays, in northern Egypt, you have lighter skin colors, southern Egypt, darker skin colors. So I find this a kind of dividing question. I mean, there are probably real Egyptians that are black and real Egyptians that are white. But anyway, let's walk around and see what people think. And of course, I'd like to know what you think. So please write it down in the comments.
I'm not hearing any sound on my videos. So I'm just trying to figure out why. Give me 1 second. I want to try this again.
It's fair that I give you my opinion. Nowadays, in northern Egypt, you have lighter skin colors, southern Egypt, darker skin colors. So I find this a kind of dividing question. I mean, there are probably real Egyptians that are black and real Egyptians that are white. But anyway, let's walk around and see what people think. And of course, I'd like to know what you think. So please write it down in the comments.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. So apparently you guys can hear it. I can't hear it. Here. I don't know why. That really fucking sucks. Why there's no sound on my I went through this before with Sonetta when he was interviewed. Hold on a second. Comments. Okay, there's the comments. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Okay, cool. All right, great. There's sound now. But there's no sound when the video's playing on my end in my StreamYard. So that's what I'm trying to figure out why. You guys can hear it, so I'm cool with that. I just want to know why I can't. I think I know why. Give me 1 second. Let me see something here. Let me see. I'm gonna try that again. Yeah, I have to work out the bugs, guys. So this is really the only way, you know. Let me try this again. Hold on 1 second.
It's fair that I give you my opinion. Nowadays, in northern Egypt, you have lighter skin colors, southern Egypt, darker skin colors. So I find this a kind of dividing question. I mean, there are probably real Egyptians that are black and real Egyptians that are white. But anyway, let's walk around and see what people think. And of course, I'd like to know what you think. So please write it down in the comments.
Okay, let me try this again. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to get the sound together. Hold on.
It's fair that I give you my opinion. Nowadays, in northern Egypt, you have lighter skin colors, southern Egypt, darker skin colors. So I find this a kind of dividing.
Okay, guys, I got it fixed. It was me and my dumb ass. Okay, let me tell you guys what I did. Inside my StreamYard, if you go in the settings, there's a place that offers you an opportunity of how you want your speakers, your sound to come out. I had my sound, coming out of my mic, which it should not have been. My sound should have been coming through my default speakers so that I could hear what's being played. So now that that is solved, let's get it. Okay, wonderful. You just saw the new intro. That is the new intro for Ahmose. Yes, that is the new intro for Ahmose. In fact, guess what? I'm going to play it again. Wonderful, wonderful. So that's the new intro for the Ahmose platform. And one of the reasons that you saw me in the t-shirts is because there's okay, so now I'm about to bring you into my journey. All right. I'm gonna do tonight's presentation backwards. First, I was going to do the subject matter, and then we were going to talk about Kemetville. But instead, I think because of I don't know, my car is telling me to do it in reverse. Speak about Kemetville and then go into the subject matter, because then you'll know why I'm here. I'm not here to waste your time. I'm not here to talk about some frivolous BS stuff. I'm here to talk about what's important to me. And as I already told you, Kemetville, it's Kemetville or nothing, right? You trying to talk to me about anything else other than Kemetville, I don't hear it, okay? So, what is Kemetville? Wow. What is Kemetville? Okay, so I'm going to tell you guys a story. I got to bring you into my journey. It feels so weird doing this because the only people that I've done this with are people who I've had to work with over the past year to do what I'm doing. And so right now I'm doing this with the public, and it's just a strange feeling. So y'all gotta encourage me, like give me some encouragement. Like, come on, Shakka. That's what's up. That's what's up. I appreciate you. That's what's up. Right? So, hey, look, hotep from the Netherlands. You heard that? From the Netherlands. Okay, hotep from the Netherlands. That's what's up. So that term is all over the planet. You can't stop that. Okay, so let me bring you all up to speed. Okay, about a year ago, okay, so I'm going to tell you the whole story. You know how they say the whole story, nothing but the whole story? You're getting the whole story, so y'all can't say, I never told you. You can't say, oh, Shakka, we didn't know. You guys are getting it, like, first. As far as the public goes, you're getting it first. Okay? Other people wanted me to come on their channel and talk about it. I will after I talk about it on my channel. How am I going to go to your channel first? You know, and be debuting stuff on your channel. It's got to come home first, right? So, one of the things that I do to sharpen my debate skills and my arguments is I like to go into different groups and kind of troll people, provoke them, just to see where their head is at on different subject matters. And sometimes I'll use my own account. Sometimes I'll use an account of someone else's account if they let me do it. And so, or other accounts that I have available to me. And there's one group that I belong to. I think it's called Afrofuturism or something like that. One of these Afrofuture groups. And these Afrofuture groups, they're really into like anime, and they're really into like animation and things like that. So I noticed that they call themselves Afrofuture, but they're very caught up in a Japanese ethos. And anytime, and they love comics, like the whole Comic-Con and comic books and all of that. I grew up on comics. I had a legendary comic collection. So you can't tell me anything about comics. When I was a young boy, I had a legendary, like people from miles around knew about my comic collection. I had stuff that was pretty expensive. I had like a number 2 What If. Most of you have never seen a What If number 2. That was what if Submariner had joined the Fantastic Four? Or what if Sue Smith from the Fantastic Four had married Prince Namor, Submariner? That was a What If. The What If series was very big in Marvel Comics back in the 60s and the 70s. And I think the other one was, the first What If I think was Spider-Man, but I don't remember what the storyline was. I think it was what if Spider-Man had never, or what if Spider-Man had saved his Uncle Ben? I think one of those. So the What If series was really great because they always took your mind in another direction to another universe. You know what I'm saying? And so I always enjoyed the What If series, but I had very rare ones. I had X-Men number 94. X-Men number 94, only real comic collectors would know the significance of that. X-Men number 94 is when they first introduced the new X-Men, you know, in their new uniforms and Wolverine and all, because Wolverine is not a part of the original X-Men. So I don't think so. I don't think he was. But it's been a long time. I really don't remember. But in any event, they had like Colossus and all of them, Storm and all of that's all like the newer, that's the new X-Men, right? The original X-Men, you're talking about Jack Kirby drawing that stuff, right? That's Captain America, Black Panther, all that stuff. This is like late 60s, early 70s. And so but my comic collection was insane. It was kept immaculate, all in plastic. I had crates and lockers full. My older cousin got me into comics when I was really young, but she got me more into DC. So in any event, when I'd be in these groups, I would always see these people in the Afrofuture community get so excited every time Marvel Comics was dropping a new character. They'd lose their minds, right? And I would say to myself, you call yourselves Afrofuture, but it seems like you're living in a future where you're still lapping at the table of white imagination. You understand? And it caused a sense of discord in me. And at around that same time, so we're talking about like March 2022. So I'm giving you a dateline for this. So I want you to be able to tell this story back to me one day. Okay. In March 2022, I was just trolling around Facebook, and I was in this Afrofuturism group, and I was really just kind of disgusted and dismayed at how people who use the term Afro or African, they still sup at the table of white imagination. Okay. And so don't get me wrong, I like the Avengers and Endgame and all Ultron. I love that stuff. Don't get me wrong. But I'm not going to equate that with what I want to see from us. And so right around that same time, I begin to just get kind of bitter and angry that in Hollywood we have all of these black producers: Will Packard, Tyler Perry, Antoine Fuqua, Oprah Winfrey, Denzel, because they produce. Denzel and Oprah don't just act; they produce, right? You got all of these different black producers, even people, or Ava DuVernay, right? All of these different Shonda Rhimes, right? So that she even I don't think she does movies. I think she does TV, but you know, all of this black media on the production end. And I said to myself, with all of these black producers, year in and year out, white people produce films about ancient Egypt at least 3 to 4 times every year. And 1 or 2 of them are so big that we usually end up hearing about it. And it just really stuck in my craw. It was really making me bitter for a while, where I was pointing the finger at them. And I would be on Facebook. I'd go to their pages. I would leave nasty comments on these producers' Facebook pages. Because I don't really Instagram. I'm a Facebook. I'm old school, right? So, you know, Facebook is kind of like the MySpace of today. But it's just where Facebook and YouTube, that's where I'm at, right? So, because I have time for all the other stuff. I'm busy. And so what I realized in March of 22 is that as I was pointing my finger at these black producers, I noticed that there were 3 other fingers pointing back at me. See, this is where it gets deep. There was 3 other fingers pointing back at me. You know how it is when you point the finger at somebody, you got to remember there's 3 fingers pointing back at you. See? So when I thought about that, because I'm a kind of, I believe in accountability, responsibility, and those things. So once I realized that I had 3 fingers pointing back at me, now think about the significance of that. If they only got 1 finger being pointed at them, and I got 3 being pointed at me, who's really the guilty one? Think about it. Put it in the chat. Who's really the guilty one? I want to see if y'all with me. If I got 3 fingers pointing back at me, well, I'm pointing 1 finger at Oprah, 1 finger at Will Packard, 1 finger at Tyler Perry, 1 finger at all these black producers, but I got 3, not just 3 fingers pointing back at me, but 3 of my own fingers pointed back at me. Now that's really bad. It ain't like it's 3 fingers from 3 people in the room. It's 3 of my own fingers convicting me, accusing me and convicting me, saying, how are you pointing the finger at them? Right? Let me see who it is. Yeah, let me see what it is. Right? So exactly. That's who's really guilty. Yeah. Never thought about it like that, right? So yeah. So I said, oh yeah, Will Smith too, right? So I said, damn it, I hate when I do that. I hate when I see those 3 fingers. Because if you know anything about my personality and my character, like, I'm a in-your-face kind of person, which is kind of why I avoid people, right? I'm a little bit more real than most people realize. So, but I try to be real with myself most of all. So if I got three fingers pointed back at me, and the way I deal with challenges is I'm the kind of person I step to challenges. That's another reason why I avoid people. Because the wrong person might challenge me thinking, oh, Shakka ain't gonna da-da-da, and then all kind of things happen and lives get turned upside down. So rather than do that, I just avoid people, right? So most people say, Shakka, you're a recluse. And I'm like, you're damn right, you know? So when I realized there was three fingers pointing back at me, it got nasty at that point. It got nasty. My fingers started calling me names. I'm serious. My fingers was like, oh, you a bitch now? Don't be scared. My fingers were saying that. My fingers was like, oh, you a little hoe now. You a little scared bitch now. Now that you got three fingers pointed back at you, now all of a sudden you like, I can't do it. Like, I don't do can't. I don't fuck with that word can't. I just don't. I don't fuck with that word can't. And yeah, I use profanity. I try to moderate it, but I don't really fuck with that word can't. So once I realized I was pointing the finger at them, then my mind really started going. And I said to myself, holy shit. The more I started to accept the idea of me doing something, the more it occurred to me that it would be better if those black producers don't do anything. Because I thought about it. I said, not just them, because we traditionally are always we always complaining about white Hollywood not making something about Egypt being black. We complain about them using white actors to cast for ancient Kemet. And I said to myself, well, wait a minute. It's better that white Hollywood doesn't do it, because if white Hollywood does it, they're going to find a way to undermine us. They're going to find a way to make us look bad, weak, or have a white hero in it, probably with a black woman falling in love with him, because that is their MO, especially today. Little Mermaid, Jada Pinkett's Cleopatra, which I'm also going to be addressing. Okay, that is the MO that is afoot. The black woman falling in love with the white man. That is the theme that black women are pushing that. Don't blame it on white people. Even though white people would do it, black women are pushing it harder than white people. So let's be clear on that. Because I'm going to show you, you know me, I'm strictly receipts. I don't open my mouth if I can't show the receipts. That's why you notice in the intro, I'm sorry, y'all, but I was waiting to play that intro for so long. I just got to do it again. Now you saw at the very end on the rock, on the big stone, it said receipts. On that big stone in the water, it said receipts, because that's what this is all about. That's what I built my reputation off of. I didn't build my reputation off of this. I built my reputation off of receipts. So I didn't come here tonight with no receipts. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that to myself. I wouldn't do that to y'all, because then I'd be wasting your time, right? So we almost at 100. So which is another reason to keep playing the intro, because other people are just coming in. And so, which means I will be playing it again. I'll probably be playing it throughout, right? So it's short. You know, some of the people that you see in that intro are people that I've been working with for the past year, as it relates to, you know, a few things, actually. So back to my story. So I said, you know, it would be better that white people don't do it, because if white people do a Hollywood movie about ancient Kemet, I said they're going to find a way to undermine us, make us look bad, or they're going to find a way to put themselves in it to make themselves look good, right? So I said, okay, it's better that they don't do it. And then my mind went to the black producers, and I said, it's better that they don't do it, because it's just as bad if they do it, because most of them don't have a background in Egyptology the way that I do. Most of them don't really know ancient Egypt at the level of someone like myself, ancient Kemet, right? And we got to get in the habit of saying ancient Kemet. I just use ancient Egypt because that's what most people know it as. But we have to get out of that habit and start advocating for the proper name. And I'm going to tell you why later, why that's very important. That's highly important. That's why it's called Kemetville. Not Egypt, Kemetville. Okay? So, and by the way, if you like the t-shirt, the one that I have on in the intro, both of the t-shirts that I have on in the intro, if you look in the description, the links are in there so that you can go and acquire one for yourself. Okay. Get them now while you can. Right? Limited edition, baby. All classic. So in any event, so once I started realizing that it would be a bad idea, from my perspective, it would be a bad idea for white Hollywood to do a film on ancient Kemet with a black cast, because they're going to mess it up on purpose. And it would be a bad idea for black producers to do it, because most of these black producers are beholden to their white beneficiaries anyway. So all you would really be getting is a white film once removed. That's it. A white film once removed. Because they are going to cater because there's formulas. Hollywood works with formulas. These black producers are not going to go outside that formula, because they speak the language of ideology in Hollywood. One wrong scene, one wrong picture, you're out of the club. Let alone one wrong whole movie. You know? So in any event, once I came to the conclusion that it would be a bad idea and an unfortunate event for either a white producer to do something on ancient Egypt, or even a black producer to do something on ancient Kemet, once I came to the idea that it would be a bad idea, all of a sudden I got a sense of urgency, because I know how these things work. Once you get an idea like that, 9 times out of 10, something like that is in the can, on its way, coming down through the pipeline. So I was like, okay, well, if there is something like that, there's nothing that I can do to stop it, right? The most that I can do is make my contribution and do it to the best of my ability. So once I came to that conclusion, it got really kind of scary at that point, because then I had to accept certain things. I had to accept that this was going to be a journey. I had to accept that a lot of the journey I'm not going to like. I don't like having to schedule everybody to do one thing, because you got to work with 20 different people's schedules to get it all synced up, which is annoying. It's bothersome, and annoying is an understatement. Just logistics, right? You got to make sure people have this. You got to make sure that this is ready and available. You got to make sure that there's money for this. You got to make sure there's money for that. It's a whole bunch of hats that many I've never really worn before at this level. And but it was like, those are just excuses. And if you learn anything, any students of success know, you can either have $1 million or you can have 1 million excuses, but you can't have both. So what I had to do was, one by one, I just had to get rid of each excuse and just accept whatever came with it. And I also realized that this was going to monopolize and define my life from here on out. It doesn't mean that at any point I can't jump off the train and just, although I must admit, one of the things that I've learned about this journey is that there's certain things that happen on a journey like this that more and more makes it impossible for you to back out. I'm going to share with you this evening some of those things. Some of them are very beautiful things that have happened on this journey of creating Kemetville. And things that I didn't see or expect. And I anticipate, God willing, much more of that. And with a lot of hard work and perseverance, much more of that. So where am I at in the story? This is very important. You have to know where you are in the story. So in May of 2022, about April, May 2022, I got to be honest. I got to tell the truth. The thing that really clinched it for me was I saw a film. Most of you know about the film. It's a Western, a black Western, and it's called The Harder They Fall. When I saw the performance in The Harder They Fall by Idris Elba and Jonathan Majors, may he overcome his challenges. When I saw the performance that they gave, particularly at the end of that film, and I'm a cinematic aficionado. I grew up on film. I was raised on cinema. I'm talking from the 1960s up till now. I've seen it all. That performance that they delivered in that film was more Oscar worthy than any scene any white actor has ever received an Oscar for. Ever. I don't care who you name. I don't care who you name. And when I saw that scene, I said to myself, and my sister had been trying to get me to watch that film for a year, and I didn't want to be bothered. And then one night I was sitting here eating dinner. I was like, let me just watch this thing. I ain't got nothing else better to watch. So I watched it, and I was blown away. I was utterly blown away. And when I saw the level of acting that Idris Elba, first of all, I never perceived that Idris could act on that level, because I was not really a big Idris fan before that. I appreciated him as a brother, and always hoped the best for him. And that no shame would come to his name for whatever any godforsaken reason. But he hadn't really made anything that I was really interested in. I mean, if I see him in a film, I see him in a film. I'm more in my mind, I'm thinking, oh, that's the guy all the women like. All right, cool. He didn't seem like an unlikable brother. So when I saw him act in The Harder They Fall, I didn't know Idris had that in him. In fact, I didn't know any black actors had that in them. I'm going to be straight with you. I'm going to be straight up with you. Clarence William III comes to mind. The guy who played the father in Purple Rain. A few other people, come to mind. But I had never seen acting on the level that I saw with Jonathan Majors and Idris Elba, these two in this one scene together at the end. And when I saw that level of drama, something in me said, black people are ready for a real production, as to the best of your ability, based on ancient Kemet. If that kind of acting exists in throughout the black ranks of actors, then they're definitely ready for something far more, something with far more historical gravity than a Western. Meaning, with that kind of acting, we are well beyond standing on our own 2 feet. You don't need a white production if you've got that kind of acting. You don't need permission from white people if you've got that kind of acting. I don't think so. In fact, I think you're better without it. And so, when I saw that, I said, okay. I felt like I was compelled to do this, but I didn't know exactly what I wanted to do. At first, I said, okay, I'll do a short film. That's what I figured. I figured I could at least do a short film. And the reason why I thought a short film is that years ago, I'm sure many of you remember the group, the Force MDs, President Obama's favorite singing group. I grew up with them, with their music. And one of the members of that group, who was a colleague of mine, he approached me years ago. He and another brother in Atlanta, they approached me years ago and said that they wanted to do a short film on Isis and Osiris, and they wanted me to be the feature in it, right? I guess to play Osiris. And I declined. Yeah, no, I don't like no ashy lips. I declined. And the reason that I declined is because I felt like I have such a relationship with this subject matter that I didn't want to work with anyone who I didn't think could really, really understand what needed to be brought to bear to do this successfully. And I didn't feel like I didn't want to be in the position of having to convince people that this is what's needed. So I just declined. I was like, nah. But being that I was back at this juncture, I thought, okay, I'll do the short film, but I'll do it myself. So I started to make a few phone calls. I've got a few friends in the industry. Most of my friends are, however, in the music industry. People who have worked with a lot of famous rappers and whatnot, producers and stuff. Many of them are producers, in fact. So I called one of my producer friends, who's a very well-known producer, and I said, yo, I'm going to do a short film. Is that how it went? I don't remember. Oh, I know who. I called someone who shot one of my music videos before. And I told him I wanted him to be the cameraman on this because I had seen a film he worked on and I really liked what I saw. So I asked him to do it. He was unable to do it, but he said he would consult for me and I could use him as a sounding board. So while we were talking and I was describing what I wanted to do, he said to me, just in passing, like I don't even think he was really talking to me. I think he was speaking out loud. He said, blah, 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 web series, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I said, that's what I want to do. I said, I want to do a web series. So I said, okay, I'll do a web series and it'll be predicated on and based on ancient Kemet. So I said, okay, what am I going to call it? I had this name around for a while because when I was living in Florida, I was trying to think of something for a brand, something that the average person in the street could relate to or whatever, but still held the prominence of identity. And that's what I came up with, Kemetville. And I said, I know what I'm going to call the web series. I'm going to call it Kemetville. I said, okay. Now, you would have to ask me, well, Shakka, what really prompted you to want to do this, other than the fact that other people were not doing it? The thing that prompted me to do it is that I spend a lot of time with ancient Kemetic writing, a lot of time, more than any of you could possibly imagine. And sometimes that writing is so moving and it's so profound that you feel frustrated when you can't share it with the rest of the world, when you can't share it with the rest of your community, with the rest of your society. And so, and I always teach you the difference between community and society. They're not the same thing. Black people got to get off of this black community, black community, black community. You need to start talking about a black society, okay? But you don't know the difference, right? So in any event, oh, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah, I'm back on the scene. Yeah, absolutely. So, absolutely. Facts. Those three fingers are telling you to create what you want to see in the world. Absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, Marcel, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Absolutely. I promise you, I appreciate you. But that's very true. Yeah, those three fingers are telling you to create what you want to see in the world. And they were cussing me out. Them three fingers, right? Right. Right, okay, you understand. So in any event, I spent a lot of time with this writing, this ancient Kemetic writing. Most of them are Sebayets. I spent a lot of time with Sebayets, but a lot of the other literature too. And when you're reading it at the level that I read it, it boggles the mind that I'm like, oh, wait a minute. White people are always doing Shakespeare. Like, Shakespeare does not get tired. They'll be coming out with a brand new Shakespeare film soon, guaranteed. In fact, Denzel Washington just did Macbeth, and he killed it. He absolutely killed it. I loved it. But again, supping at the table of white people, as if we don't have any classical literature of our own, when the fact is that we have more classical literature than anyone else. So it blows my mind that we just leave it sitting on the ground. We just leave it there. It's like that childhood sandbox mentality that I always accuse black people of. I always say, we don't care about nothing black until a white person comes along and takes it and holds it up and says, look. Then we'd be like, oh, give me, that's mine. How do you say that's yours? You didn't care about it before. Now all of a sudden, it's, you know, and a lot of that, let me tell you how much that goes on in the black community. You got a lot of black people who feel a certain kind of way about black people in relationships with white people, you know, swirling. But yet that same person wouldn't give a brother the time of day, or that same brother wouldn't give a sister the time of day. So how you going? So the only reason now that they matter is because somebody else want them. Black people got to stop that. Why? Because the greatest trick, the greatest lobotomy, or the greatest symptom of a lobotomy that was done on black people is our inability and incapability of recognizing true value where it sits, in situ, as they say in archaeology, in situ, right where it is, right where it's found. You shouldn't have to wait for someone else to come along and tell you that this thing is of great value, because that's your slippage. You can't blame that on the person. The person was who they was before, when you didn't want them. But now because somebody else wanted them, all of a sudden, oh, there's something to lament because we lost them now. No, you gotta. That's why when I see black people walking through the street, I fall in love all day long. The darker they are, the more African they look, the blacker they are, the nappier they are. All I see is beauty, beauty, beauty. I'm not waiting for a white person to come along and tell me how beautiful we are. I'm not going to do that. It's just not going to happen. Okay? So, in any event, because we got a lot of that. We good for that. The sandbox mentality, we good for that in the black community. Right? So, I said, okay. I said, I got to share this writing with my people. That's the main thing that was pushing me. But it wasn't until I saw the acting with Idris and Jonathan that I was like, okay, if I do this, if they can accept that level of acting, they can accept this. Because this is real drama. This is the drama stuff, right? So I said, okay. So after talking with an acquaintance of mine, and he used the term web series, and I decided, okay, I'm going to do a web series. I spent all of I spent all of May. I spent all of May of 2022 just studying web series. So when you people haven't seen me for like about a year, this is why. I've been preparing and preparing and preparing. My everyday life is nothing but preparing for Kemetville. Everything in my life is revolving around Kemetville. So I said, okay, I'm gonna I watched everything on web series. What's acceptable, what's not? How long should it be? How long shouldn't it be? What do the gatekeepers look for? what would get you disqualified? I watched everything under the sun. I'm a research specialist. That's what I do. So when I research something, I research it. So I researched web series for like a whole month straight. I had no life from 5 a.m. to 5 a.m. All I did was just watch things about web series, different people's journeys, everything. So the success stories, the failure stories, everything. So I came to the conclusion, absolutely, I want to do a web series. That's what Kemetville is going to be. But here's the thing. One of the things that will stand out to you if you study ancient Kemetic writing is that a lot of the writing, not all of it, a lot of the writing is not in narrative form. A lot of the writing is very disjointed. Okay? A lot of it is very disjointed. A lot of it is also narrative. And so I was like, well, I said, well, the way the writing is, I said, I don't want to do something that's just typical. Like, oh, you just tell a story week after week, people follow the story, they change it, and da-da-da. That's everybody does that. Everybody does that. So then I said, because when you'll see the poster, I don't know if you can read this underneath it says Kemetville, and then it says, I can't see it. I have to look, give me 1 second, because I can't see it, right? So I'm just going to pull it up on my desktop. So it says Kemetville, a web series of sacred monologues, dialogues, scenes, and scripts. I'll say it again. Kemetville, a web series of sacred monologues, dialogues, scenes, and scripts. Okay? Oh, wow, I wonder what happened when I moved my screen. Hoping, let me close this. Let me close that, right? Let me close that. Okay. So, all right, great. So we're all still here. So in any event, so where am I in my story? So I can't believe I'm actually sitting here doing this, telling you this, because I haven't really shared this with outsiders. So I said, okay, the way the writing is, and I also said to myself that if I'm going to do this, because you don't know if people are going to work with you, anytime I work on something and I know I'm going to be heavily invested in it, I'm always prepared to do it by myself if I have to. That's just how I am. Because that way, at least you know something's going to get done. So I said, okay, if I do it by myself, that means I'll be doing what? Monologues, right? So I was like, well, there's nothing wrong with that, because the way the writing is, it really lends itself to monologues. But then I also noticed that some of the writing lends itself to dialogues, right? And then some of the writing lends itself to full-blown scenes. So I said to myself, I said, why should I limit the web series to any one form of these formats? Include it all. So that's when I came up with the concept of Kemetville it's an experimental web series, because it's going to have all of the above. It's going to have monologues, it's going to have dialogues, and there will be full-blown scenes. Okay? Some of the stories may be connected from episode to episode, most likely not. Who knows? I don't know. You know, it depends on, because this is an organic thing. You understand what I'm saying? Absolutely. This is I'm glad you caught it too, Queen. This is an organic thing. And so I have to grow with it as I go with it. You understand what I'm saying? So so once I came to that conclusion that it was going to be a web series and that it was going to be an experimental web series. That's why this is what it says underneath, a web series of sacred monologues, dialogues, and scripts, right? Some of the stuff we'll be reading will be read as just a script, right? So, but the main thing is for you to get the literature, but to have it given to you in the context of true acting, true theater, right? True cinema, if you will, if you want to call it that. Okay. So once I got that locked, I said, well, okay, you're not supposed to know this part. I shouldn't tell y'all this part, but I'm gonna tell you anyway because it's my story. So where I live in Manhattan, a lot of I'm like right next to Central Park. So a lot of movie studios and television studios, they use the residences in my building for films. Okay, so you'll see a lot of things that you see on TV and a lot of things that you'll see in the movies are actually filmed in my building and in all of the other buildings in my neighborhood. Okay, it's nothing for me to wake up in the morning, on any morning, look out in front of my residence and see a big movie truck with props all over the place, with key grips and gaffers, people getting lunch from their little cafe truck that they have. Like, that's a very common thing to wake up to in my neighborhood. Very common. In fact, one day I came home, I thought there was a murder in my building because they were filming not Law and Order. Law and Order filmed in this area a lot, right? So I said to myself, well, I said, if they use our residences to film, why should I go? And that was the other thing I had to think of. I said, I'm in New York. It's the Northeast. So it's only warm up here for like 3-4 months out of the year. What, May, June, July, August, right? We got 4 months. Summer, September. It's about 4.5 months. We get warm weather where you can film outside. So I was like, but the majority of the year is going to be indoors, which means that we're really going to need a set to film. So I literally spent all of 2022, the entire summer. Anybody that knows me can tell you, I was covered in gold and silver spray paint from head to toe every day. Every single day, because I was turning my residence into a set. That's what I was doing. Just turning my residence into a set. Shouldn't be telling you guys this stuff. You're not supposed to tell people these things, I don't think. You're supposed to tell them after. Right? So, cat's out of the bag now. So, but that cat is Bassett. Right? So, I spent the entire summer doing that, which was it was a mind-blowing experience. I had carpenters and people coming to my home, and just shit got crazy, right? So towards the end of the summer, once the set was done, I needed to get some stuff on film. And I knew that we were squeezed into time because it was going to start getting cold. So I had to start casting this thing. And so because of the way the cast fell together, it was really kind of like kismet, like serendipity, right? One was a woman stopping me in a health food store asking me if I was Shakka-Ahmose, and she was beautiful, beautiful sister. And I was like, yes, I'm Shakka-Ahmose, yes. And there was just something about her that I was like, I want that woman in my life. And I ended up, that was in September of 2021, actually, when I first came back to New York. And I remembered her because she had watched me. She told me she watched me a lot. And I contacted her in the winter of 2021 to tell her, look, I'm doing. I knew then that I wanted to do a web series, but I wasn't really sure when or what. Not a web series. I knew I wanted to do something on Kemet. That's all I knew. and I wanted her to be a part of it. So we stayed in contact, and when I finally told her what I was doing, she was like, "Oh, of course, yeah, absolutely." So I was like, "Cool," but then I didn't hear from her anymore. So then another young lady stepped forward, and she was like, "Oh, I love the idea. You know, let's do it. Let's do something." So the young lady and myself, we shot the first trailer for Kemetville, and it was a lot of fun, kind of emotional too. You'll probably understand when when you see it, because I also had to do something I didn't think I would ever do. I had to act, right? Because I'm a part of it. I'm in it. I'm not just behind the camera. I'm in front of the camera. Remember I said I had to be prepared to do this by myself, if that's what it came to. So I had to be in front of the camera. I had to be behind the camera. And it just so happens that one of my tenants happens to be an up-and-coming director. So he's got his own camera, everything. So I was like, yo, let's go. Let's go to work. So we did that. And that was an experience. In fact, I don't even think we used his camera for the first one. For the first one, I think we just used, I hate to tell you the truth, I think we used the camera that you're looking at. This camera and quite honestly, this camera. this is not even an iPhone 10. It's like an iPhone 7, right? So we used that crappy camera, and we shot the first trailer, which I will probably show you. Okay, so when we shot the first trailer, I love to edit, right? And I don't let anybody else edit because you have to be able to see my vision. And so, which would be hard for anyone to do, unless you really studied at the level that I've studied at. So we shot it. We shot the trailer, and that is a very comedic way of doing theater, though. I'm taking that. That's a screenshot. I always screenshot hey, oh, there's another one. Absolutely. Hey, I got my peoples. Got my Hebrew Israelites here. That's what's up, right? Absolutely. Oh, yeah. It's a nightmare of vetting people to work with lately. I can imagine. Oh, Sister Nicole Lachelle, I like you. That's what's up. You in here. You right in here. You right with me. That's what's up, right? So, right? So, somebody said, that's mine. I'm telling my mom, oh my God, what did I say? Right? And so, like a story, absolutely more like a storyteller, less like a lecturer. Absolutely, right? So, oh man, you said a mouthful there. Wait till you hear some of this story, sis. Right? So, so we shot the trailer, the young lady and myself, right? I'm not even gonna tell you who the young lady is because the way that fell together, it was just like, wow. It was just someone who I said, look, I gave them my idea. I told them what I wanted to do. I said, I need a girl to just do this with me. And she was like, okay, let's do it. And I think we did it like the next day or a day or two or whatever. And we shot it. Now, once I shot it, there's another influencer who many of you may know. His name is Hotep Jesus. And he's an influencer as well, part of the Hotep Nation. God bless them. May the Nechu bless them. He's a very close personal friend of mine. Very, very, I consider him family. Part of my abet, right? He's part of my abet. And I called him up. I was like, bro, I need you. I need you, bro. Like I couldn't. One of the things I realized also is because of the nature of what we're doing, I said I can't do this with just anyone. Right? I cannot do this with just anyone. That's not going to happen. So there were certain people that I wanted to tell that I had to just nope, because their energy and their mindset could only bring destruction to it, right? And chaos, isfet. And I didn't want anything bringing isfet. I got enough of my own isfet that I have to fight through. So I only wanted all hands on deck kind of mentality, all hands on deck, right? So Hotep Jesus was like, yo, I'm coming. I'm coming through. He came from Jersey. And I asked him to come through. I told him I wanted to show him something. I didn't tell him what it was. This is funny. I didn't tell him what it was. I said, I wanted to show you something. I wanted to show him something. And then the female that had stopped me in the health food store the year before, the real pretty, she hot. I asked her to come through. I said, I got something I want to show you, right? I think I had already told her what it was for, but I hadn't shown her anything. So she knew why she was coming. Hotep Jesus didn't know why he was coming, but they both ended up coming at the same time, okay? He couldn't keep his eyes over her, and I ain't mad at him, but he was very respectful to Mrs. Hotep Jesus, to let you know. He didn't do anything disrespectful, but she's a beautiful woman. And we were both literally in this room, just like looking at each other like, oh, sheesh. Right? So we're all here together, and I said I showed them. I had them literally like right where I'm sitting. I had them literally sitting right here in two seats, so that they could watch the trailer that I had just shot. So when I showed them the original trailer, it's just something that I threw together. I didn't have no big production team or no big 4K red camera or none of that shit. We had my tenant's Sony camera and some iPhones, and we just got together and did what we did. And I said, I'll make the rest happen in the editing. And so when they saw the original trailer, both of them was like, yo, like, what's up? Like yo, let's they was ready. Like, I didn't have to say anything. The trailer did all the speaking for me. So once they saw that, I said, okay. I said, the way I am, I said, I got wardrobe right here. Let me dress you guys. Let me get you guys dressed, and we'll go out and we'll fill that trailer out. So that's what we did. We just went out in the neighborhood. We did some shooting. Came back. I edited it onto the original trailer. And so if I show you the original trailer, that's what you're going to see. You're going to see the original trailer with just me and the girl first, and I tacked on to the back of that what I shot with Hotep Jesus and Nefeshe, right? Her beautiful self. I definitely fell in love. There's no question about it. Look, when you see the kind of woman that I work with, how can you not fall in love? Like over and over and over again, In fact, my policy is, if I don't fall in love with you, I won't work with you. Why? Not because of sex. It's because if I don't fall in love with you, they're probably not going to fall in love with you. And I need for the audience to fall in love with you. So it's not easy being in that position where it's like, oh my God, like I would marry, well, based on appearances, like, oh my God, that kind of thing. But then you get, you come back to your reason and purpose as to why you're here, because you don't want to mess anything up. And it's the project that is paramount. That's what matters. It's not, because people are going to come and go. And in fact, that was also one of the things that I wanted for this project. I wanted it to be very flexible. I want people to be able to come and go, so that, number one, it could be kind of like a theatrical haven, a cinematic haven for Black actors, right? Because 9 times out of 10, white people are not going to pick you for roles like this. They don't see you as that. You're always the supporting this, or you're like the booster rocket to get the payload into space. And then once the payload is in space, you get jettisoned, right? Sister Utrice Lead, who most of you don't know, who you should know, she did a whole lecture on that years ago. And I still have it. But it was about the role of Black people in media. And it's very true. So that was the original trailer. It was me and the first girl, and then me and the first actress, myself and the first actress, or the first actress and myself. We did the first trailer. I showed that to Hotep Jesus and Nefesh, and I got about 1,000 different nicknames for her. So it's Shay Titi. I got a whole bunch of different names for her. But in fact, there she is. She's right there. Right. So oh yeah, in case you didn't know, that's me. That's Hotep Jesus. And that's the other girl. So we oh wow, one more person, we're at 100. Cool. So we how can I put this? Oh, so after that trailer was done, summer was coming to a close, and I was like, guys, you know, we got to do a real shoot. So we scouted some locations. We found what I felt were great locations, and we did the shoot. We did a real shoot, and it was an incredible experience. All I can tell you is it was an incredible experience, especially when we were out in the street filming, because white people would see us and lose their minds. And I don't mean in a negative way. Like, I'm talking about in, like, they were like, oh my God, I love it. You look so beautiful. And they were just losing their minds. They really were. You know, they were like, oh, my wife has got to see this. Can I get a picture? And da-da-da-da-da. You know, and I told everybody in the cast that that was going to happen because I could see what we looked like. You know, I knew that was gonna happen. So right? Maybe I probably just don't trust him enough for truly important. Right? So so I guess towards the end of the summer, we went and shot the trailer. And guess what? I'm about to show it to you. It's just a small little trailer. It's just to give you an idea of what's to come. Okay? Because there's more of the story afterwards. After I show you the trailer, the story is going to get even deeper. Okay? It's going to get deep. Because I knew this was going to be a journey. Just me being who I am, shit is already crazy. So I knew that this was going to kind of take things to another level, right? So and it definitely has. Oh, Sandil, you just now tuning in? Okay. Maybe I should play for you the intro again. I won't do that. But I want to do it. So because I love the intro. It's amazing. That intro is like 2 minutes. You will never imagine how hard it was for me to put that thing together. Like, people would have no. That's the one thing I hate about editing and this film in general. People see things and it just turned it. They have no idea. You just like spent your whole life on this thing, working up for like 18 hours straight, like every day for like a week, working on something, and it lasts for 2 minutes, and people is like, oh yeah, whatever, move on. I'm like, is it really worth it? It's like, is it really worth it? Well, for me, it has to be worth it because I love it. So anyway, folks, I can't believe I'm actually about to share this with you, because up until this point, the only people who have seen this have been select people who I've asked to mentor me, to help me through this process, to whatever is required to take me through this so that this thing is successful. Like, I've had to share it with them so they could see, you know, what's going on. And I'm going to tell you what happened recently when I did that with a group of people. Okay? So before I say anything else, I'm just going to do. Are you guys ready? If you're ready to see it, it's more like an intro than a trailer, but it's both, I guess. It's whatever you say it is. So whoever wants to see it, put a 1 in the chat. If you want to see it, put a 1 in the chat. I want to see who's with me. If you want to see it, put a 1 in the chat. That's not a lot for me to ask. If you want to see the trailer, put a 1 in the chat. If you want to see the trailer, put 1 in the chat. If you want to see the trailer, put the 1 in the chat. Put the 1 in the chat. Put the 1 in the chat if you want to see the trailer. Okay, it looks like people want to see the trailer. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. So, all right. You know what they say? What is it? Don't overhype, undersell, overdeliver. So, yeah, it's all right. It's all right. But it is what it is, and we go from here. Because there's another part to this story that I didn't tell y'all yet. Okay, so so let's see. Yeah, I'm getting ready to show it to you guys. So man, I can't believe I'm actually gonna do this. It's a weird feeling because it's really been mine all this time, and now I feel like I'm like I'm going, okay, here. And I'm like, no, it's mine. It's mine. It's mine. I don't want to share it with anybody. Like, that's how I feel. You know, I was supposed to do this days ago, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. And I was going through the motions of preparing other things on the website, just realizing that I really just didn't want to do this because I want to keep it to myself. I really do. But I can't. That's why I said the journey has been mine up until this point. After this point, it's no longer just mine. Okay? Because when you see what you're going to see, and it's not a lot, it's just a very quick little trailer, but when you see what you're going to see, then the same way them 3 fingers was pointing themselves at me, now them 3 fingers going to be pointing themselves at you. Because now you're also going to be responsible for whether or not if this thing makes it or not. Okay? Because that's the other part that comes along with this. When you're doing something like this, guess what? It's called fundraising, and you got to do it, right? That's a hat that I'm not accustomed to wearing, but I got to do it if I want to do this. And we're going to talk about that too. Is it Kickstarter? Is it GoFundMe? Is it neither one of the above and whatever else? But here we go. So I've talked enough because you can tell I'm stalling, right? You can see I don't want to share it. I'm like, but it's mine. And then after I show it to you, it won't be mine anymore. Although I do own the name. That's why I always have. You always see the trademark next to it. We even had to go through some legal stuff just to own the name. So yeah, I do own the name. Kemetville is mine. So here we go. All right, guys. May the natural be with you. I will see you on the other side. Hotep. And there you have it, folks. That you just saw what I've been working on for. You've just seen what I've been working on for about a year. You know, like I said, you saw a trailer that just lasted for a few minutes, but you could not begin. You could not be. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. So you could not begin to. You could not begin to understand what it took to bring that together. It was a lot. It was really, really a lot. And so I just wanted you to get an idea. That's why you haven't seen me. You know? Yeah, that's why you haven't seen me. It's really been it's been a lot. Like y'all don't even know. Like y'all don't even know. It's been a lot. And you had a lot of people who were really trying to find out what I was doing. Like they were just like, what are you doing? And why don't you come through? And And I'm just like, none of your business, none of your business. So what I always do when I show it and when I share it with people, I always say, I know how much you liked it, so I'm going to show it to you again. So yeah, that's it. It's Kemetville. It's here. You now know about it. Cat's out the bag. That's it. Bang, 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 bang. Okay. Now here's where the story gets deeper. Told you it gets deeper. Didn't I tell you it gets deeper? It gets deeper, right? So here we go. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, at some point I would have to share it with you. No question. At some point, I edited that myself. Yes, I did. Absolutely. Hey, look, I'm gonna take a snapshot of that. Boom. But yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, oh wow. I was watching a music video, it took all day, and yeah, absolutely. So lot of work, lot of work, you know. And I'm glad that you guys really appreciated seeing it. That really means a lot to me. It really does. So yeah. And I know after showing it now, I'm really gonna be hearing it from certain people. Oh, why didn't you tell me? And da 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 da. And actually, I get that a lot from people like, "Yo, this looks good. Like it's gonna be good. It's gonna be very good." The main thing is just to make sure that that this is what I tell people, right? This is what I tell the cast when we're working together. Because I told you there's more to this story, right? So you guys, like, you don't know what you're experiencing right now. Like, I'm really bringing you into my life so you can see what I've been dealing with for the past year. Why you haven't seen me on my channel or really anybody else's channel other than maybe if you do a little guest appearance here, this, that, and the third. People ask me, I can't always say no. Plus, eventually I'm going to need to promote Kemetville on other people's channels as well. So I can't always be turning people down when they ask me to come on their show. So yeah, I'll come on, favor for a favor, whatever. So, okay, so trailer's done, So I told you I have friends who are music producers. They're famous, well-known music producers. And I called one of them up. And one of them said to me, in fact, he produced most of Biggie's stuff. Biggie Smalls, Notorious B.I.G., he produced most of his stuff. He said to me, he produced his biggest hits. He said to me, he said, Shakka, what I really want to see, he said, I love Kemetville. He said, I'm down for Kemetville. I support you, whatever. But what I really want to see is I want to see a short film on Isis and Osiris. And I said, well, one of my homies who was from the Force MDs, who I was telling, he's also a music producer. He's the one that approached me years ago to do a short film on Isis and Osiris. So he was putting it in my ear now. He said, you should do the short film on Isis and Osiris. And he said you should do it. He said you should do the short film on Isis and Osiris and use that to market, show that to the people first, shoot the short film on Isis and Osiris. And then when they see that and they're like, well, is there anything else? And that's when you introduce them to Kemetville. That was the marketing plan. That might still be the marketing plan, but the cat's out the bag. So I don't know how to put it back in. Right? The cat's out the bag. Much love. No question about it. So, yeah. What I tell people is, if you go to Egypt, don't spend your money with any of those white or mixed Egyptians. Go to Aswan and only spend it with the black people, because all the rest of those people are racist as fuck. That's the other part of this lecture tonight. I'm going in on them Egyptians, and it's not going to be pretty. It is not going to be pretty. Trust me when I tell you, right? Yeah, this is real. Yeah, absolutely. No question about it. No, we don't. And my thing is, you're right, sis. And my thing is, that's where we've been failing. I'm like, come on, we're the ones that claim we about that life. We're the ones that need to be behind the camera and in front of the camera doing it and making it happen, like really making it happening. So, but you got to be live. If you're not a live person, chances are it's not going to happen, because it's a lot of work. It's a lot of coordination. You have to get a lot of, how hard it is to get people's schedule all on one thing right after a pandemic. Are you serious? Like, life is not the same. People pretend it's the same. It is not the same. So for me you had to really want it that bad and convince other people that it was worth doing and being a part of. And fortunately for me, from the time I did the original trailer, which I'll show you guys, maybe. No, you got to act like you want it. If you act like you want it, then I'll show it to you. But you've got to really, really want to do it. Like, you have to really want to do it to the exclusion of everything else, right? I ain't been with a woman since 2021, okay? So look, let me tell you something. It ain't easy, okay? I ain't mean to put my personal business out there, but it's the truth. I just been focused. You know what I mean? I just been like, focused. You know, I'm not saying there haven't been some moments. There've been some moments, but it is what it is. Yeah. In fact, I'm about to show people a whole shitload of videos of people on YouTube saying don't go to Egypt. And they're telling you why, right? Because it's a country full of beggars. That's all they do is beg, 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 beg. They talk shit about black people online and in social media. They talk shit about black people all across social media. But when you go to the country, all they do is begging. They want to get a tip for every little thing. And it's not even a tip. They want you to tip them just for tipping them. Yeah. Can you give me a tip for tipping me? Yeah, it's insane. Right? My mother lives in Africa. I got family all over Africa. I know people that visit African parts all the time. They say they don't go through that when they go to them other countries. In Egypt, you ain't even out the airport. You done gave away half your money because everybody wants a tip. They beggars. They want to tell black people that they got nothing to do with Egypt, that they didn't build anything and blah, 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 blah. Right? They love their favorite word, sub-Saharan. You're sub-Saharan. Ain't nothing sub about us. There's nothing sub about us. You're not even real Egyptians, because if you were part of the ancient Kemetic society, you would know that their map was in reverse. Egypt was sub-Saharan. Okay? Ghana, Nigeria, Congo, all of that was above, super-Saharan. So you're looking at the world upside down through the white man's eyes. Okay? When Ptolemy changed the map and used a particular set of stars for the northern hemisphere because of where they were, and put the north at the top. The north used to be on the bottom. Not even just in Egypt, in China. Did you know that? Chinese maps had north at the bottom, south at the top. I'll show you the receipts. So when you get Egyptians using that word sub-Saharan, I would say, I already know that you people are Egyptians. You're not Remech Kemet. You're not the people of Kemet. You are exactly what you call yourselves, Egyptians. And stay right the fuck where you are. That's it. You are not the people of Kemet. The people of Kemet are those people in Aswan, in the south. Those black people. Those are the people of Kemet. Okay? So, we go. You have no idea how I'm going in. Like, y'all really don't even know. When I say but anyway, back to the Kemetville story. So, this is where shit got real. So, I don't know if any of you know this, but I give one-on-one consultations. It's called One-on-One with Shakka-Ahmose. Shakka-Ahmose and you, one-on-one, 30 minutes, right? So people will book a session with me on my website or on my somewhere. They'll find a link. They'll book a session with me, and I'll give them a private class. They can ask me whatever they want. I have PowerPoints ready, everything, and I teach and I show them in person what they want to know. And a lot of people from all over the world book me. So, because people like to learn. So, there's one family. This is where the story gets good. It gets better. So, there's one family booked me a few weeks ago. It's one family booked me a few weeks ago. And they were asking me, they were like, Shakka, why aren't you doing more presentations on YouTube? Why don't we see you as much on YouTube? And I explained to them what I showed you guys tonight. Oh yeah, no question about it. Absolutely. Yeah. No question about it. All you gotta do is look in the description. Just look in the description. It's in there. So yeah, just look in the description. It's in there. The link is in there if you want to book me. Just go to the website, Shakka-Ahmose.com. You'll see it on the page, right? And that link is in the description. So they booked me, and it's a wonderful family, a husband, a wife, and their little baby, their little toddler. He's about maybe 18 months, right? And it's just the three of them in front of the camera sitting there, and they've booked me a few times. So, and I love when they book me because they're such a beautiful family. It's a beautiful Black family. So the father, the husband, is from Tanzania, and the wife is from Nigeria, and they're married. So this is a real African couple, right? He's from Central East Africa, and she's from West Africa, and they are husband and wife. Beautiful couple, and it means a lot to me. And so they asked me, they said, Shakka, why aren't you doing more presentations? And I said, well, I thought I told you guys that I was working on a production. And then I said, didn't I show you guys the trailer? Because sometimes I show people the trailer. I said, didn't I show you guys the trailer? And they were like, no, we didn't see any trailer. So I said, okay. Just so, I said, it's better to show you than to tell you. I said, let's get off of Zoom. Let's log back on in StreamYard, and I'll show it to you the same way I just showed it to you guys, right? I just showed it to you guys twice. The same way I showed it to you. I said, let's log on StreamYard, and I'll show it to you. So we logged on to StreamYard, and I showed it to them. And when it got to the end, I mean, they were literally clapping. They were just so happy. I could not describe how happy they were. And what that did for me was like, wow, it blew me away. So people might ask me, right? People might ask me, this is just me being discreet. People might ask me, Shakka, well, you said you filmed that trailer in August of last year, 2022. What have you been doing since then? Well, I told you, I think I told you, I told you that there were people that wanted me to, made a strong suggestion for me to do a short film about Isis and Osiris. So we scheduled time to shoot that during the winter. So we were supposed to start shooting. I had to do the casting in, I think, October and November. I spent casting it. When December came, we were supposed to shoot. This time I got a hookup. Morpheus from Force MDs, one of my partners, the guy who originally asked me to do the short film on Isis and Osiris years ago, I told him, I said, look, right now, I said, right now, I'm literally in the fundraising phase. Because, and this is back when we had just finished the trailer in August of 2022. I was telling everybody, I'm entering the fundraising phase because I want to have my own camera. I want to have my own audio. I don't want to have to rely on a production company. I want to be able to film at a moment's notice anywhere. I want to be able to just call up the cast, say, guys, let's go. Let's everybody on deck. Let's get this done. So, but in order to do that, I needed funds, right? I needed funds to do that. So I had to deal with a lot of decision-making process. Do I want to use Kickstarter? Do I want to use GoFundMe? I had to watch videos on these things to do comparisons, right? In the midst of that, I started casting for the short film about Isis and Osiris. So While doing that, I was using I was going to start fundraising in my personal circle first to get camera equipment so that we could shoot the short film on Isis and Osiris. And then we would have the camera not just for that, but we would also have the camera moving forward for the web series, right? I didn't want to be reliant on iPhones and an outdated Sony camera, which we had, my tenant's camera. That Sony HQ ZR31, whatever the hell it is, it's a great camera. It's just not compatible with Mac. It's an outdated camera. It still uses tape, right? But it shoots great. There are a lot of people who've actually shot web series on them, but it's not for the level of film that I want to do, and so or that Kemetville requires, and so my partner, he had a great idea. He was like, "Well, Shakka, we could do." He started helping me with the fundraising. We were making calls around to see if we could get people to, give us money to get this camera. And he said, "You know what?" He said, "There's somebody that owes me a favor, and he has a production company." I said, "Well, get that motherfucker on the phone." And sure enough, the guy who owed him the favor is actually a film producer, camera guy, and has his own production company. It's a real production company. And they've got every camera you can imagine, 4K, 8K, 20K, the Magic, this, that, everything. And so he called his homie, and he told his partner who I was and what I was doing. And he said, "Wow, like I've never worked on anything like that. I would love to do that." So I was like, "Cool, awesome." So it was just love, like respect. I respect what you're doing. Let's do this. So an incredible thing to happen, right? So shout out to Polo and Judy. Julie, absolutely. Juju face, right? His lovely wife, who goes with him everywhere he goes. They work together. It's a wonderful production team. And so we were supposed to start filming the short film. Remember, we were going to use the short film to market the web series. So I did the casting. This time I did real casting, not like with Kemetville. I did real casting, put out ads, everything. And people are amazing, the things that they send you I'm like, in the ad, it says real acting. Like, this is about real acting. And I got people sending me porno stuff. Like, baby, you're beautiful, but that's not what this is, right? So I mean, a lot of desperate people out there. Trust me when I tell you. So they said, put your best foot forward, not your naked foot forward, right? So we did the casting for the short film. And then there were some mishaps. There was some mishaps. Really, I got distracted with Kanye West and all that dumb shit that he was doing. Oh, I love Hitler and blah, 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 blah. When that happened, a lot of people were asking me to address it. So, and I couldn't resist it. It was like hanging a steak in front of a lion. I couldn't resist it. So I went and I did that, but that messed up everybody else's schedule, right? I'm sorry, folks. We're having some technical difficulty here. Okay. There we go. So I must have kicked that loose with my foot. Me doing that messed up everybody else's schedule. So we had to let December go, and we had to wait until January. And when January came, I think everybody and their mother got sick. Like, everybody was sick. So it was like, kill January, right? Part of it was some people getting sick, but the other thing was, the real thing that happened, I don't even know if anybody got sick. The real thing was that camera, the production company, they had to travel. So this gentleman, I don't know if it's okay for me to say it, but I'll say it. He works very closely with 50 Cent. Okay. He's on the set of Power and all of that stuff. And he shot 50's music videos, all of that. And he had to go be with 50 Cent. So I had to wait for him to come back. So when he came back, we scheduled a date for February, the beginning of February, to shoot it. The short film, Isis and Osiris. That was more logistics. I had to get more wardrobe. I had to embellish the set more. I had to do other things. And then the final decision was made, especially when I was doing the paperwork to own the Kemetville name. The final decision was made to, rather than do paperwork twice, I just took the short film and I put it under the aegis and the name of Kemetville so that it's in there with it because I own the name. And so when that short film is complete and edited, it will be Kemetville plus the title of the short film. So it's coming out under the Kemetville banner, right? It's not the web series. It's not a part of the web series. It's just a short film that happens to be part of the Kemetville universe, the Kemetville world. Okay, so I just wanted to share that with you guys. So we did it. We accomplished that in February. Woo, that was work, right? I can't show you anything from that, right? It was a heck of an experience. We got Africans up in this sucker. You heard? So so we did it. And from that time until now, I've really been preparing the website so that all of this stuff is integrated, because it has to be integrated for it to work, right? You know, I'm in film now, and when you're doing film, shit costs, right? So I said, okay. Now I explained to the production company who loves working with me, I still need my own camera. I've just learned, I'm at a stage in life where I gotta have my own. Like whatever it is, I have to have my own. That way I don't have to rely on somebody else's schedule, because what if you gotta go with 50 Cent somewhere and we have to shoot? I don't want to have to wait for you to come back. I just want to be able to, yo, let's go, let's shoot. No, camera, lights, action. We got a web series to produce. So once that was done and I was getting the website and everything together, I was like, okay, I got to start really focusing on the fundraising so that I can, you know, without getting my own camera, I'm going to be trapped in this person's schedule. This person's going back and forth and they're traveling. I'm not doing that. I promised myself with this experience, I was not going to stress myself out with those kind of things. Say, no, have your own camera, have your own audio system, and make sure it's all up to snuff. We're not talking about no Fisher Price stuff, right? We're here to compete. And the main thing that I always tell the cast when we're together, I tell everybody the same thing. I tell them, there's only one thing that I want you to think about when you're doing your lines, when you're acting, when you're in front of the camera. If it's something emotional, if it's something that's background, whatever it is, the one thing that I want you to keep in your mind is that they believe that we can't do this. In their minds, they say, these African Americans, they think they built the pyramids. You can't even do a web series. And they're right to say that, because what web series have we done based on Kemet? What movie have we done based on Kemet? Jada Pinkett tried, and I hate to say it. Well, look, they say if you don't have anything nice to say, you shouldn't say anything at all, because I have a lot to say about it, and very little of it is nice. Very little of it is nice. They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Her intentions might have been good, and even that's questionable. Okay? So we'll talk about that later. But that's what I tell the cast to keep in their mind. I always say, keep in your mind, They literally believe and think that we cannot do this. Therefore, it is in that alone. Remember, I told you how I am about challenges. That alone makes it incumbent upon us to do it. Period. To do it. They think we can't. So, if they think we can't, as Africans, we have every obligation to show them who we are. Period. Right? You don't get to rest on your laurels and rest on what somebody else did and that. Yeah, our ancestors did all of that years ago. What are you doing now? What are we doing now? We're caught up in everybody else's shit. What are we doing now? And the reason why I'm saying what are we doing now is that there's kind of like a window, because eventually there may come a point where we can't even do this. Yeah. Eventually there may come a point where we can't even do this. So it's imperative that it gets done now. It's imperative. You can't sit on the sidelines forever waiting for somebody else to do something. Right? So I bit it. They say the best way to eat the elephant is one bite at a time. So that's what I did. And that's what I'm doing. So that's what I did, and that's what I'm doing. So great cooing. There's no time like the present. That's right. Oh, great coaching. Yeah, absolutely. Great coaching. Yeah, absolutely. So, but that's what I'm there to remind them of, that the reason why we have to do it at not just do it, but do it at a certain level. See, it's not about just doing it. It's about showing them standards. It's one thing to tell people that you're African. It's another thing to show them. Right? Like they used to say back in the day, I'm from the show me state. I don't know where you from. I'm from the show me state. Right? So this is what we are doing and what we are engaged in. We are engaged in showing them, showing the world. And so back to this family who booked me, because this is important. This is going to lead us to what you're about to see next. So this beautiful, wonderful family booked me. I won't tell you their last names, only because they might not want their names spread all over. But I will tell you their first initials. H and L. He's H and she's L. Okay? And with their permission, at some point in time, I'd like to tell you their names, right? So, well, Hillary and Leia, but that's all I'm saying. Okay? So I had to give them their props because of what they did. I'm about to tell you what they did. So I told them, I said, look, the reason I haven't been on YouTube is because I'm working on a production. Let me show you the trailer, and that way you'll understand. So I showed them the trailer. Okay? I showed them the trailer. If anybody wants to contribute, we'll talk about that toward the end, because I see people doing super chat. All contribution links are in the description. All contribution links are in the description. So I said, let me show you guys the trailer. So as we were still having our one-on-one session, me and the family, I showed them the trailer, and they were just, when it was over, they were just so happy. They were clapping. They were just, I couldn't even tell you. I was moved at how moved they were. I was very moved. And so then I said, okay, well, I said, since I showed it to you, let me show you what's going on. Now, I wasn't asking them for anything. I just wanted to bring them up to date as to what was going on. And so that's what I'm going to do with you guys right now. And then I'm going to tell you what happened. Watch this. So let me go to present, share screen, and I'm going to come here. All right. So Kemetville, yeah. So what you guys are about to see right now is you are about to see, normally when I show people the trailer, I'm talking about personal one-on-one, if I'm having a meeting, when I showed them the trailer, like I said, I've been doing my fundraising stuff just in my little personal circles, right? People who I know, who believe in me, who trust, they know I'm responsible, whatever. I showed them this, what I'm about to show you guys. And this is what I showed the family, okay? That night, that evening, or that afternoon, right? This is what I showed the family. This is what I'm about to show you right now. So just pay attention. Because if you don't, you won't understand the remainder of the story, okay? So let me just put this here on present, okay? Let's see how long that takes. Oh, we're there. Great. Awesome. So I start the PowerPoint off with this. What's wrong with this picture? And I would ask all of you, put it in the chat. What's wrong with this picture? This is supposed to be Ramesses II. This is supposed to be Setai I. Okay? And no, this is supposed to be Ramesses II, right here. This is supposed to be Ramesses II. This is supposed to be Setai I, his father. What's wrong with this picture? Put it in the chat. What's wrong with this picture? Put it in the chat. What's wrong with this picture? Put it in the chat. That's my new song. What's wrong with this picture? Put it in the chat. What's wrong with this picture? Put it in the chat. Let's go, people. What's wrong with this picture? Put it in the chat. Nobody's going to tell me what's wrong with the picture? Hello? Nobody's going to tell me what's wrong with this picture? Okay. Thank you. That's what's wrong with the picture, right? That is what's wrong with the picture. You got Europeans, right? Yeah, you got a Russian playing Ramesses. Okay? Exactly. This is what's wrong with the picture. Okay? That's what's wrong with the picture. Plain and simple. Let's keep it 100. That's what's wrong with the picture. Right? That's what's wrong with the picture. Straight up and down. So I say, okay, cool. Not a problem. We understand that. So then when I'm giving the presentation, I go to the next picture. I say, well, what's wrong with this picture? Exodus, Gods and Kings. Oh, by the way, the first one was the 10 Commandments. This one is Gods and Kings of 2014. This is 1956. This is 2014, right? So now you got this guy playing Ramesses II and this guy playing Setai I. So now that's two movies that got white people playing Ramesses II and Setai I, father and son. It's two films, right? All right. So now the Egyptians complained about this one, or they complained about one of them. I think they complained about the other one that we're about to look at, not Exodus, Gods and Kings, but again, what's wrong with this picture? Put it in the chat. What's wrong with this picture? Exactly. What's wrong with this picture? Exactly. 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 Right? Exactly. What's white with this picture? Exactly. Okay? They're so mad at Jada Pinkett for her Cleopatra. But even if they made us think about this, it couldn't have been that loud. And certainly, and nobody from Egypt was trying to sue the company that made this. Okay? So I was like, okay, no problem. So then I said, what's wrong with this picture? The TV miniseries by Spike TV on King Tut that starred Ben Kingsley. What's wrong with this picture? Huh? They got this half white, half Indian boy playing Tut. Yeah, that was the strategy they used for that film to be able to say they had somebody of color. And they used it throughout the whole film. With all the principal actors. All of the principal actors was half white and half Indian. Okay? Gods of Egypt. Oh, by the way, that was 2015. Gods of Egypt, 2016. What's wrong with this picture? Right? What's wrong with this picture? Everybody except Chadwick Boseman, who's right here, is white. Okay? That's what's wrong with the picture. This is an African kingdom in Africa, and it was a black kingdom. It started out as a black kingdom. The first 1,500 years, for almost the first 2,000 years, it was only black. And modern Egyptians have a problem with accepting that. Okay? But it's their problem, it's not ours. Okay? This is Tut's whole family for real. This is his whole lineage. Okay? Let me get myself off the screen so I'm not blocking it. Okay, I'm not blocking it. Good. This is Tut's whole family. The whole family of Tutankhamun. His grandmother, Queen Tai. His grandfather, Amenhotep III. His father, Akhenaten, Amenhotep IV. His sister, Medit Aten. His other sister / wife, Ankh-Enes-Amun. Amen. Ankh-Enes-Amen. And then Tut himself right here. Tut Ankh-Amen. This is a black family. This is a black family. What kind of person, what kind of sick, racially, mentally ill person has a problem with accepting that they're looking at black people? Because if these people showed up in court today in the United States, they would have to walk through the black area. They have to go sit on the black side of the courtroom. They are black. In fact, they're black anywhere in the world, not just in the United States, because the United States has funny laws, political laws when it comes to race. So everybody that's classified as black in America ain't black. All right, so let's start with that. Okay? Everybody that's classified as black in America is not. That is some political bullshit that Americans play. Okay? But this is a black family no matter where you are. In Australia, this is a black family. In the UK, this is a black family. In China, this is a black family. So they're going to stop being a black family in Africa? Does that make sense? The only way they could not be a black family is you have to be racially, mentally ill. And Egyptians are. Okay, you need to know Egyptians are racially, mentally ill. Just understand that part. Okay, now, this, and I said, I could be mad about it or I could do something about it. You follow? I could be mad about it or I could do something about it. I chose to do something about it. Kemetville. Okay? Kemetville, the web series. Now, I told you this is what I show people after they've seen the trailer. So then I started explaining to them, to the family, I was talking to them, and I was telling them why I was fundraising, right? So like I said, they booked one of my sessions. Shakka-Ahmose and you, 30-minute live one-on-one Q&A. So they booked a session with me, right? That's the family, okay? That's wonderful Hillary and his beautiful, wonderful goddess queen, Leia, okay? He's from Tanzania. She's from Nigeria, and that is their one young, beautiful little prince. And he is so beautiful. And yes, I'm guilty of forgetting his name. I just call him Prince because that's what he is. And he is so well behaved and so beautiful. And I just love this family. And so they booked a one-on-one session with me. And I was showing them this PowerPoint. Not this part because I didn't have their picture yet, but I was explaining to them that I'm doing the fundraising because I have to get this camera. This is a $4,000 camera. $3,500. I just rounded off to the next $1,000. It's a $4,000 camera. The Sony A7S III mirrorless camera with accessories kit. So I told them I need this camera in order to really start filming on a regular basis for the web series. And then I said, because I had somebody do consulting for me, and they told me what I needed so I could shoot it at the level that I want to shoot it. So then I told them I have to get this lens. This is a $2,000 lens. So you got a $4,000 camera and a $2,000 lens, right? What is that, $6,000? We're already at $6,000, right? So I was like, okay, so this is why I'm going to be fundraising pretty soon. Right, and then I also told him I need to get for the audio, I need to get the shotgun mic, the Sennheiser, for either 400 or 200. It depends on which one I get, right? So this is what I told them. Okay, now I was explaining to them I think. But just to let you guys know, I was explaining to them, part of the fundraising is I need for people, including you who are watching and listening to me now, I need you to go to the website and purchase the Kemetville merch so that you can have your t-shirt and you can rock it and you can rep it and you can let people know we're standing on our own too. We are 10 toes down. We 10 toes down black people. Okay? We 10 toes down black people. So you need to go to the website, Shakka-Ahmose.com. There it is. I'm telling you now, people. Go to the website and purchase the shirt. That is part of the fundraising. Okay? I can't, look, no one man built Kemet by himself. So if no one man built Kemet by himself, then, you know, all of you are going, y'all helping, y'all the founders. You know what I'm saying? You're the founders with me. So, but you got to finance it. You got to underwrite it. You got to fund it. You can't, or you'd rather beg white people. If you want to stay begging white people, then stay begging white people. Real black people are going to put their money where their mouth is, period. End of discussion. And I'm not begging nobody, right? It's that simple. So go to the website and make sure you get your Kemetville t-shirt. All right. As you can see, that's what it looks like. So I was showing them this, right? Also, part of the Kville collection, there's Soul Family. So now you can wear it on the t-shirt. When you're walking around outside and you're in the gym working out, or you're going to work and you really want to piss people off, you put that t-shirt on. You go to the website and get it right now. That helps to support, that funds Kemetville. Okay, every purchase funds Kemetville. Okay, so go to Shakka-Ahmose.com. You have no excuse. There it is. Shakka-Ahmose.com is spelled out for you, right? And the link is in the description. So you ain't even got to try to figure out how to spell it. Just go in the description and click the link. All right. So everybody loves it. Man, when I wear these shirts in the street, people are like, yo, where you get that? Where you get that? All right. So I tell them, go to the site. So and this is the first time this is the first time I'm showing the public. Right. And so and then this happened. So pay attention, people. While I was talking to the family, right? While I was talking to the family doing our one-on-one, I want y'all to check this part out. This is where the story gets deep. While I was talking to the family and we were doing one-on-one, I had showed them the trailer and then I showed them this PowerPoint and I was explaining to them why I wasn't doing presentations because I got to get ready to focus on the fundraising so I can get this camera and get the audio together so we could really start on the episodes of Kemetville. While we were sitting there, they did the most unbelievable thing. Check this out. They did the most beautiful family. Beautiful. Let me show you how beautiful they are. Let me show you how beautiful they are. Remember I said real black people don't do this. They put their money where their mouth is. So once I showed them what I was doing, they were sitting in front of a closet while we were having our class. They just happened to be sitting in front of a closet. It's a little chill out area for them where they sit. They're out on the West Coast, right? They're in the Bay Area in the West Coast. And yeah, I thought they were standing in Africa. No, they're in the Bay Area in California. And so I don't want to give too much of their information out because they're private people. But while they were sitting in front of the closet and they were listening to what I was telling them on everything I own, they said to me, they said, Shakka, you need a camera of that standard? And I said, well, basically, yeah. You know what they said to me? They said, well, Shakka, they turned around. They literally turned around. They moved the chairs away. They opened the closet. And they said, well, we love your videos so much that we wanted to start making videos about it, so we went and bought all of this camera equipment. And this is what they had in the closet, brand new, damn near still in the box, because they didn't have time to do anything because they both work. Right? They're both career people. They're both in the medical field, in the medical and science field, and they really haven't had time to film. So they said to me, "You can have this camera that we have." They said it's brand new. We haven't had time to do anything with it, and they said you can have it. We'll just send it to you. And I was like, "Are you serious?" They were like, "Yes. We'll just send it to you." That's a $3,000 camera. Folks, that's a $3,000 camera. The camera I was looking at was a $4,000 camera, right? This is a $3,000 camera. It's just $1,000 less. It's $1,000 less. It's a $3,000 camera. Not only that, I went and I did the research on the camera. This camera is better than the $4,000 camera I was going to get. Because you know me, I'm a research specialist. So I went and I actually did the research. This is the better camera. But I'm going to show you why. It's the better camera because it comes, hold on, 1 second. It's the better camera because it comes with this lens. It's damn near $1,000 lens. That's a Sigma 35mm lens. When my tenant, who was an up-and-coming director, because he knows cameras very well, when he saw that lens with that camera and that they were just giving it to me, he freaked out because he always wanted to shoot on this lens. And he knew the camera. He spent a lot of time in B&H and he knows his cameras. The man that he knows his cameras. He just ain't got the money for cameras like this. So they literally said to me, they said, "Shakka, send us your address and the camera will be there by Monday." Now, this is what showed up. Straight from California, they sent the whole thing. Whoops. They sent the whole thing, people. The camera is in here. And the lens. That's black people. That's Africans. That's Africans. They didn't ask me no questions. They loved what Kemetville was about, and they respected it so much. They said, "Shakka, we got you." Not only did they send the camera, look what else they, not only did they send the camera, the Sony A7R4A mirror. This is the updated version of it, by the way, which is what they sent. Not only did they send this updated version of the 7R4, the Sony A7R4A, not only did they send the Sigma lens, not only didn't they send the Sigma lens. If you think I'm joking, go look up Sigma lenses. Go watch some YouTube videos on the Sigma lens, right? Not only did they send the Sigma lens, but they sent the gimbal. Look at what they sent, people. They sent the gimbal. Do you see that? So that the camera moves, electronically stabilizes, all of that stuff. This is what they sent. It's all in that case. So when I tell you that this has been a journey and this has been a story, right? When I tell you that this has been a journey and this has been a story, it's look, you heard that? Sigma's all right. It's look, and look, right? Well, I tell you what, you send the L glass, okay? But they sent all of this. Everything is in that case. So Kemetville is a green light. You understand what I'm saying? It's a green light. My only thing was I didn't want to film it on an iPhone camera, and I didn't want to film it on a webcam. I wanted to get a real camera for film. That's it. Everything else I could take care of in editing. Everything else could be taken care of in editing. So I guess I'm going to kind of do a unwrapping, right? So yeah, I can't believe I'm actually doing this on camera. So voila. Hold on 1 second. Let me get rid of the let me move that out the way. Right? So you take that out. So yes, people, real talk. See that? We open for business. See that? That's what they sent. Brand new out the box. Because they didn't have time to use it. See this? Look at that. This has been one heck of a journey. Okay? Look. The gimbal. See that? This is what you mount the camera on so that it moves and it does all of the incredible stuff that it does. Right? As you can see it. Okay? So, and we're getting more equipment this week. So I just wanted to share that with you so that now it's no longer just my little secret. Now you know. And now everybody will know. Okay, so that is this, and that camera just literally showed up here about 3 weeks ago. It showed up here, I think, May 4th, around May 4th. Okay, so it's been a month, right? And I told them when they told me they were sending it, I said, I'll believe it when it gets here. I'm no disrespect. I couldn't believe that they were sending that to me. So, so that's what's up, you know. That's yeah, I know. Yeah, that case ain't no slouch either. You're right about that, right? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've done the. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it shoots 4K. By the way, it shoots 4K, which is awesome. So, yeah, Ben also. Okay. Yeah. But a prime is good though. A prime is good. I'm still learning my cameras. A prime is good also. But hey, also, if you really know your cameras, also Duro, if you really know your cameras, bro, hit me up. You know, talk to me. I'm open to anybody, you know, coaching me, telling me. The more knowledge, the better. I'm not crapping on anybody. You know what I'm saying? If there's something that you can do to, you know, bring me along in my knowledge of cameras, you know, or whatever. Or everybody's saying he's a troll. Well, look, he might be a troll with some good information. You see what he said? The case ain't no slouch either. You know what I'm saying? So he could troll. You know, look, I asked him for help. He said, will do. Look, I need more trolls like that. Right? You heard what I'm saying? I need more trolls like that. That's what's up. You a photographer and a videographer. That's what's up. Hit me up. Look, hit me up. He said, just don't shoot that lens wide open. See, I need to know why. He could troll me all night long. If he got information like that, right now, his value is here. because he got something of value to share. And that's all I care about. I don't care about people liking me or not liking me. I'm like, look, everybody got their own little sense of humor, their own take on the world. But if that man has knowledge and he's like, Shakka, do this, don't do that, and da-da-da, I'm all ears. I'll take that man to lunch. You heard? I'll be like, Asa, what you want to eat? I got you. You know what I'm saying? So where they stole that camera from, why would you ask something like that? Oh, trust me. Well, first of all, I didn't want to tell you what they actually do for a living because it's their personal business, but I can tell you that they have very good jobs. And I'll put it, they have very good careers. And in fact, where they live, I guess a lot of people would probably have a problem living there. So you can't always judge a book by its cover. You understand what I'm saying? Not that there's anything wrong with their cover, because I think their cover is absolutely beautiful. That's why when somebody was like, that's a beautiful family. But what I like about them really is that they're very humble. You know what I mean? They're just African people. You know what I mean? They're not pretentious at all. And I love that about them. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I care about. So, but just beware of the shallow. Why? Why should I be wearing the shallow depth of field? Asa, we gotta talk, man. Hit me up. Yo, look at all my contact is in the description. Asa, don't mess around. Hit me up, dude. You heard? Hit me up. Yeah. Oh, no question. Cause you gotta be. You can't take everything personal. It's like everybody's at a different place. You know what I'm saying? I love when we're all on our best behavior, especially when it comes to serious stuff like this. But everybody's at a different place. Everybody's coming from a different perspective. So if it's whatever, I really don't care. If the person anybody that could do anything for Kemetville, that's all I care about. I really don't care. You can make jokes, you can make whatever. I don't care. Can you help Kemetville? That's all I care about. Y'all don't even understand the relationships that I cut off in my personal life to do this. Like, I did chop. I went all around the board and just chopped off. Like, no, sorry. If you don't play a role in my life and helping this thing come to be, you can't be in my life. It's that simple. Maybe after. I might have time after. But right now, no. If it's all about Kemetville. Period. If you ain't got no money, then get somebody who doesn't send them to the website so that they can support Kemetville. Period. Unless you want to sit on the sideline and wait for some Jewish people in Hollywood, some Jewish white people in Hollywood to determine they want to make a pro-black comedic film because you're out of your freaking black mind, because it's not going to happen. And I don't think it should happen. I think the worst thing that could happen is that somebody else step up to make a film that we should take pride in making for ourselves. You understand what I'm saying? Why? Because from the conceptual perspective, all the way from the beginning to the end, this is black. This is African. From the beginning to the end. There have been times, like I said earlier, I have white friends. There were times when I wanted to call my white friends for help, but I didn't, because I want this to be us. It's that simple. Period. If you're saying we built the pyramids, did you call your white friends to help you build the pyramids? Did you? If you didn't, then you need to stand 10 toes down, get your ass over to that website and start making contributions. Period. So, look, forgive me if I'm like, but that's the truth of the matter. That's the truth of the matter. This is going to happen whether you wanted to or not. The question is, what role did you play? If any, did you play a role? I have both. I have all funding links in the description. All links related to funding Kemetville are in the description. Period. Okay. Now, I'm going to continue on with this here, just so you can see the remainder of this, because that was not my original intention. I only showed you the PowerPoint to show you what led up to them sending me the camera. and the accoutrements that came along with it. And I appreciate all of the information that Aso has given up to this point. Aso been dropping information since he's been in this, since I'm looking. I didn't see anything right here. He's telling me I need my subject to be in focus. See, anybody that can teach me, I'll fuck with them. Right? Focus, shallow, depth of field can be used for artistic background. That part I kind of know, but I want to know why you saying I should be careful with it. That's what I want. Look at, he dropping knowledge. What are you talking about? Look, focus, shallow, depth of field can be used for artistic background. I know that, but he got the knowledge to give. Please. Aso, what you want for lunch? Yo, real talk. And who was my other brother? Icon. Hit me up too. Yo, you got information? You got knowledge? Hit me up. Shakka, this is what you want to do. This is what you don't want to do. All I care about is standard. Anybody that can help me get my standard. And all right, you got to understand something about my nature, right? I'm very competitive. You understand what I'm saying? I'm a very competitive creature. Anybody that can help my edge be sharp as a knife, that's who I fuck with. Period. Period. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. In that context, I don't care what color they are. Like, look, I don't care what color they are. Why? Because one thing I learned, there's a lot that y'all don't know about me, and some things y'all don't need to know. But the one thing I can tell you about weapons don't care about your color. You understand what I'm saying? Weapons don't care about your race. So anybody that can make my mind sharp with respect to my tools and my weapons, anybody that can weaponize my mind so that I'm lethal with my weapons in my hands, that's who I fuck with. Period. That's some soldier shit. That's some warrior shit. Call it whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. But I'm not in my feelings about it. Right? Men love to accuse women of being emotional. And men are supposed to be more logical. So if I'm a man and I'm more logical, why am I going to get in my feelings because he made a joke? So he made a joke. Was it disrespectful? Yeah, I thought it was disrespectful. So, and I think that family wants to see Kemetville win. That's what, so we got to learn to prioritize. I was watching a video on success the other day. And sometimes you can listen to a million motivational videos about success, but if you're not careful, there's certain little things in those videos that are subtle, but if you miss them, you miss the most important part of the video. And one of the things that I wake up with motivational videos, videos on my ears. In fact, if you want to hear the shit that I listen to, hit me up, send me an email to the email that's in the description. Send me an email and I will send you, it's called a Shakka-Ahmose care package. So it's a selection of my most powerful videos that I listen to keep me motivated so that I could drown out all the negative voices in my own mind and from the speech of people around me. Trust me, when I send you these videos, your life will be different. You will be a different person. Your whole dynamic will change. People will not understand you because you stop making excuses for yourself. You don't allow other people to make excuses for you. Right? It's just, boom, laser focus. That's it. Consistently, incessantly, religiously. Period. Like, I started a year ago. When I look at where I am now a year later, I got the trailer done for the web series. We got all of the footage for the short film. I just have to convert it and then edit and put it together. We got the whole soundtrack for the film done. And it's actual speaking. Like we're doing lines. We had scripts, everything. It's a web series. Because the whole thing is based on Kemetic literature. That's the whole point of the web series, is to give birth and life to the Kemetic literature so that young Black people could turn the channel and hear what they're supposed to hear and see what they're supposed to see. Because there ain't nobody else willing to do it. Now, here's the thing. I didn't watch the Cleopatra thing that Jada did, right? And I'm not even supposed to be talking about that. That's the next episode. I didn't watch it only because there was enough wrong with just the choice of doing that. Just the choice being made to do that documentary, that docuseries, was bad and wrong in and of itself. And I'm going to tell you the reasons why. later on. I'm going to show you why. Because you know me, I got receipts always. And my receipts are unfuckwittable. I don't bring the light stuff. It was a poor choice. It was a poor choice, period. And it had more to do with Jada's personal than it did with anything else. That's a fact. That's a fact. In fact, it's very telling that that's who you chose. Of all the people you could have did a documentary about with respect to a queen of ancient Egypt, you chose that one? That, they say if you let a person speak long enough, they end up telling on themselves. She told on herself, big time. I learned a lot about her as a black woman. I learned a lot about how you see the world, how you see yourself as a black woman, what you hold up, what you believe is valuable enough to be held up versus something else being held up. We got a lot to talk about. We're going to unpack that tomorrow. But my goal is to be up here at least 3 times a week. If I could do 4 or 5 times, I'll do 4 or 5 times. If I could do 7 days a week, I'll do 7 days. I will. I will do my very best, right? But like I said, everything right now is just Kemetville. And if you're not Kemetville, I can't fuck with you. You know? Oh, that's what's up, for sure. Use an external hard drive for your Sony camera to capture longer. Yeah, no question. I got one already up here. I got a brand new one. I haven't even used it. It's like 4 terabytes or some shit like that. Yeah, absolutely. No question. No question. Absolutely. If you prick us, do we not bleed? Look, we got a lot more than that, but you got to get in them sebayettes. The stuff we got is way better than Shakespeare. You heard? The stuff we got is way better than Shakespeare. Facts. You heard? Facts. And I appreciate you. I truly appreciate you, Eris. Absolutely. So I just wanted y'all to see this and look, watch this. Everybody here tonight, right? Oh, du'a. I appreciate you, right? Everybody here tonight. I truly appreciate you, Queen. Everybody here tonight. Shakka, you're Upper East Side Manhattan right now. Basically, you're literally 2 blocks away from Spike Lee's brownstone. Where's Spike Lee at? I don't know where he at. Tell me where he at. Yeah, I'm Upper East. No, actually, I'm literally this is really now they call it the Upper West Side, but I'm literally right smack in the middle. I'm right smack in the middle, right? So actually, it is the West Side. Yeah, I'm on the West Side because the middle would be Lenox Ave. I'm 1 block over. I'm on 7th Avenue, right? I'm like right where you go into Central Park, right? If you're driving through Central Park and you're going in and you're coming out, like I'm right on that strip. So I look right out of my window. I look right into Central Park, right? So, in fact, that's where I was working out today. So, yo, Majay, seriously, send me some information on his contact, on whatever you got, whatever you can, because I don't know anything about him having a brownstone in Harlem. I know he has a brownstone in Brooklyn, in Fort Greene. I don't know about him having anything in Manhattan. I don't know anything about that. So you need to hit me up and let me know. Real talk. I got no problem with that. I got no problem with that. You know? I got no problem with that. Boom. That lens is an FL4. It's fast glass. Oh, dude. He got the jewels, man. Yeah, he got the jewels. That's what's up. Yeah, facts. All of us have been lied to about much. No question about it. No question about it. I don't know what that is. Damn, that's tight. What's that, bro? So anyway, let me get back to this thing here real fast. Let me see. I'm going back to this. Oh, I gotta put my image back here. Here you go. So you can go to Shakka-Ahmose.com. Boom, right? So, boom, that's done, people. Let's give it up. Everybody give them a hand. Everybody give them, their family deserves a hand. They did not have to do that. They literally asked me for nothing in return. They said the only thing we ask is that you are successful with this endeavor, this undertaking. That's it. So when somebody does that, right? Think about it. When somebody does that, somebody sends you $4,500 worth of equipment, because that's how much that is. If you add the gimbal, you add the camera, and you add the lens, that's $4,500 worth of equipment. Unused, basically. Unused, period. $4,000, that's $5,000, people. In taxes terms, that's $5,000. Somebody sends you $5,000 damn near of equipment, production equipment. You think you can just say, oh, I don't feel like doing the web series now. Oh, I decided I want to do something else. That's why I said as this journey progresses, it's like you get more locked in and locked in and locked in. It's not even just that. I'll show you something else. Watch. Watch this. Right? So these are the official contributors. Now, like I said, I haven't really started fundraising. Today is really the first real day of fundraising. That's why I'm here. I'm here for Kemetville because Kemetville needs your dollars. If Joe Biden can go out there and raise millions of dollars, if Donald Trump can go out there and raise millions of dollars, if all of these old white men who are on their deathbed can go out there and raise millions of dollars, then I can damn sure raise billions of dollars for Kemetville, for black people, for something we should have had a long time ago. All right? This young brother right here in the Lugani Yor, he's from the UK. He just recently moved to Japan. He was my very first contributor. He sent me $1,000, $1,100 to be exact. He sent $1,160 through Cash App. $1,000. Young brother. He's like, Shakka, I showed him the trailer. He was like, what do you need? I said, I need money. He sent $1,000, $1,160. Right? This brother, this my hero, this brother sent $2,000. He just gave it to me last weekend. $2,000. And took me out to dinner. $2,000. You feel me? This brother gave $400. And knowing him, he's probably going to give a lot more because I know who he is. I know how he is. I know where his heart is, right? Now, this is just a little bit of money I've raised, and they sent $4,500 worth of production equipment because I'm not leaving that out, okay? So right now, my goal, that's right, this is the goal, $50,000. That is my goal, $50,000. I'm not going to wait till I get $50,000 to actually start producing. But this is the goal. You cannot be in film and think that you don't have to raise money unless you don't want to compete. If you want your children to see some weak shit, some whack shit, and have Egyptians and other Arabs say, I told you so, them people ain't shit, then don't give any money. Or just send $5 or $10. Right? So this is where I'm at right now, $3,400. And that's only because I have not been fundraising. I've been producing. I've been putting a cast together. I've been doing all of these things. So I got $3,400. I keep this as an honorable mention, the $4,500 worth of equipment that they sent. But cash-wise, we had $3,400. I got $46,600 more to go. And I'm not stopping until I get it. Because Kemetville deserves it. We deserve it. And if you don't think we deserve it, then you part of the wrong society. You need to go over there with Donald Trump and what's this guy's name? The shithead in Florida, right? Ron the shithead. You need to go over there with him, right? For those of you who want to give and who want to fund Kemetville, there are 2 links available. They are both on Shakka-Ahmose.com. If you go to the Shakka-Ahmose.com page, right, there are 2 links available. If you go to the Shakka-Ahmose.com page, you can either make a contribution through the Cash App, the Funding Kemetville Cash App, which is $ Shakka-Ahmose, or you can go to you can look at the description. It'll take you to the website, to the Kemetville website PayPal link, and you can make the suggested contributions right here. We have one button for 50, another for 100, another for 500, and other if you want to give 1,000 or more. Okay, you can click the button and make it happen. The link that will take you right here is in the description. The link that will take you right here is in the description. Okay, all right. Also, this is the production team. I am the executive producer, Shakka-Ahmose. For those of you who don't know me, right? This is my brother, who's an assistant producer. This is Sean Hotep Waters, also known as Morpheus. He's actually one of the former members of Force MDs. For all of you, deep in my heart, love is my security, right? And this is his homie that he put me on to, who's the director of photography. This is Polo. This brother has his own production company. When I say he got every camera in the world, I mean he got every camera in the world. Like his studio looks like a camera factory, and it's a beautiful studio. It's in Brooklyn, and I went there last winter, and it was a hell of an experience. It was an unbelievable experience, and I'm looking forward to going back. But I think he's with 50 right now, so I know he's been with 50 for the past month. So we were supposed to come. He was supposed to come back in May, and we were supposed to start shooting. I got caught up and just busy with things, and I haven't heard from him in about a month. He hit me up about a month ago or so, actually. So I'm going to check in with him to see what's going on. But my focus was really on the website, because the website had to be put in place so that we could take care of the fundraising like we're supposed to and get this money up. So this is the cast, people, right? So this is myself. So even though everybody will be playing different roles, and there are no real permanent cast members, so to speak, it doesn't mean that there aren't cast members that reappear and certain characters that will reappear. And one of the characters that will be reappearing is my character, who is Kemetville. Okay? So Kemetville is one of the characters that you will be seeing and hearing from on the web series. Okay? Who else? There is Nefana. She is the sister that you saw in the trailer. Okay? Nefana. Shenana Mano. That's her real name. And that sister is incredible. When I tell you she's incredible, she's incredible. She's the type of woman she's the type of person that'll leave you speechless. And I've never met anyone like her, ever. I've never met anyone like her. She is in a class by herself. And that's who you saw in the trailer. And then this wonderful young lady, this wonderful young sister, Daytari. You also saw her in the trailer as well. Okay. Yeah, I know you guys. I loved working with her. It was a special experience working with her. Yeah, definitely a special experience, because she was the first person that I worked with. In fact, okay, since we're here, I'm going to show you the original trailer. That when it was just me and her, and then once I linked up with Hotep Jesus, and Shenana, or Shetiti as I call her, or Nefeshe as I call her. Once I linked up with them, and I shot it, and I tacked it on to the original trailer. So that's what I'm going to show you right now. Right, this as a little treat so you could see it. Okay, but it was showing them this trailer that got them on board to do the real trailer, which was the first one that I showed you. Okay, so I'm just, like I said, if I'm bringing you into my world, I'm just showing you what we've been working on. Right, so this is the original trailer. Okay, here you go. And this was, we didn't have any real cameras at all. We were just the webcam, iPhone, inside, outside, that was it. All right, so here you go. That was the original trailer. You know, some people see that, they like that one more. They're like, oh, it's so emotional and da 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 da. So, you know, I just wanted to share that with you. Okay. So let's see here. Joe Biden ain't shit. Okay. All right. So let me just look in here and see. $50,000 will be less than $3 each for each YouTube subscriber. Hey, yo, that's real. 50,000 would be less than $3 each for each YouTube subscriber. There you go. Let's go, people. I need you to hit them links in the description. All of you who are subscribed to me, look, you see what that says right there. 50,000 would be less than $3 for each YouTube subscriber. That means every last one of you get over there and let's get this up. Unless you about this. If you about this, right? Don't you want to be able to say when this thing is successful, don't you want to be able to say, I participated in that? That's an extension of what I helped to put out there. So, you know, I know in your mind right now, you might be thinking it can't be done. Well, you stay there. The rest of us are going to move on with can do. How you going to talk about we built the pyramids and you can't do a web series? Because let me just explain something to you. Like when people try to floss and they say, oh, look at my Lamborghini. And say, look at my mansion. Right? You know, the Rick Rosses of the world. He just did his car show. He showed all these different cars. I'm glad for the brother. I don't hate on the brother. I'm glad for his success. I always like to see a brother. Plus, I like his personality. But here's the one thing that Rick Ross and Puffy and Jay-Z couldn't buy if they put all their money together. Let me see you buy one pyramid in Egypt. See, that's value. That's real value. You can't buy the smallest pyramid in Egypt with all of your money put together. Hell, you can't even buy the smallest pyramid in the Sudan with all of your money put together. Why? Because there are some things in this world that are priceless. So when you start acquiring priceless things, that's when your portfolio is going to start to look like something. You understand? And what I'm talking about putting in place is something priceless. This is our pyramid. You understand what I'm telling you? Do you understand what I'm telling you? This is our pyramid right here, Kemetville. Okay, you want to see the whole t-shirt? Here you go. Boom. That's it. All right? This is it. Kemetville. If you ain't rocking with this, you're not rocking with me. And if you ain't rocking with me, I'm not rocking with you. Period. Oh, Shakka, I love your teachings. You've been teaching me over there. This is the time to say thank you right now. You see them links in the description? Go hit them up. And hit it up every week until we reach our goal. So the way it's going to work is, I've told, like it says in the description, if you're making a Kemetville contribution, just put a note with your contribution. Just say Kemetville. That's it. Just put the word Kemetville. Once you put the word Kemetville, all Kemetville proceeds go into one account. It goes into one account. Once at the end of every month, I will go into that account. I will share my screen, and you will be able to see every penny in there. Every single person that donates is going to be on a master, that makes a contribution, is going to be on a master list. You will see your name on there, on the amount, and the amount, so that when we square up the numbers, everything has to match. Everything has to match. It'll be like an audit. If I have to come here and go do like a, what do they call those things, a marathon around the clock, so that you can see the whole thing match up, then we'll do that. But I'm very, very serious about transparency. I'm very serious about transparency. Now, let me explain to you why I'm not doing Kickstarter and why I'm not doing GoFundMe. The one thing that I've learned about these platforms is a few things. One, they want some of your money, right? This is Kemetville. You ain't getting shit. Okay? Sorry. That's number one. Number two, do you see what happened with Jada Pinkett's Cleopatra? When those racist Egyptians got mad, they made a big stink, and it caused problems up at Netflix. Those problems trickled down to Jada. Don't think that it didn't. Of course it did. On some level, right? Now, I'm surprised they didn't pull it. But what if they would have? Maybe Jada would have been able to sue them for breach of contract. I don't know. But the point is, I'm not taking that risk. Because all we need is a bunch of racist Egyptians and white people and dumb black people contacting GoFundMe or boycotting Kickstarter, and then GoFundMe or Kickstarter will end up deleting my account. Now they have rules. If you don't reach your financial goal on Kickstarter, whatever, you got, by the deadline, you got to give all the money back. You know, yeah, if you don't reach your goal, you got to give that money back, which means you wasted your time. So this is if you're going to do so, if you're going to get it out the mud and do something on your own, then get it out the mud and do it on your own. And that's what I'm doing. That's what Kemetville is. This is truly getting it out of the soil. Since they love to say Kemet doesn't mean black people, it means the black soil. All right, so this is me getting out the soil. Because I'm going to destroy that lie anyway. Tomorrow night. I was supposed to do it tonight, but I wasn't sure how long this was going to last, the Kemetville part of it. Because the way I'm trying to schedule the shows is, or the platform rather, the presentations is, do a presentation, then talk about Kemetville. Do another presentation, next episode, then talk about Kemetville, right? Just all during the fundraising season. Because all I'm going to be doing is fundraising. That's all I'm doing between now and the time that $50,000 is sitting there ready to go to work on Kemetville's behalf. And if you see this video and you really want to help me, like you really, really want to help, but you got to have resources. Real resources. If you don't have, even if your resources are connections, but if you really want to see this thing fly, blow, and grow, then hit me up. All of my contact information is in the it's in the description. So you have no excuse. You can either have $1 million or $1 million excuses, but you can't have both. And what I was nervous about for like days coming up here to do this was, I just felt like I wasn't going to do this the right way. I wasn't going to do it justice. And that kept me from wanting to do this. So I avoided it. I mean, I made use of the time by improving the website, getting things done on there the way it should be done. If you go to Shakka-Ahmose.com right now, you can watch the trailer, the Kemetville trailer right now. It's there. It's right at the top of the page. Right underneath that, you're going to see the contribution link if you want to fund Kemetville. Both links are there. So there's really just no excuse other than your own indifference and your own apathy. And those are the two things that are a worse. Look, black indifference and black apathy are much bigger enemies to black people than white supremacy. When you choose to sit on your hands and do nothing about something that you can do something about, that is your biggest enemy. So stop always, white people this and white people that. White people have been white people ever since they crawled out of the caves of Europe. All right? They're not going to change. That's who they are. In fact, it says that in the Kemetic text. It says, lo, the miserable Asiatic. He has been fighting since the beginning of time. They're talking about him. Okay? That's who he is. I was listening to Dr. Theophile Benga earlier today. He said, the actual reality is that Western civilization lives off of destruction. The same way a rabbit lives off of vegetation, the same way a seal lives off of fish, Western civilization lives off of destruction. And that's what we are. We are part of it. We're products of it. Okay, so in turning our chariot around and headed back toward our legacy, right? Only the real ones matter. Only the real ones matter. The fake ones go splatter. That's it. That's what we're saying from now on. I just made that up. Only the real ones matter. The fake ones go splatter. That's it. Right? I got a better one. Only the real ones matter. The fake ones get served on a platter. That's it. You heard? That's it. It's Kemetville all day, every day. Kemetville got me back in the gym. Like what? Put my guns back on. Right? Like what? Real talk. Kemetville got me back in the gym, people. You heard? And no question about it. And when you go to the website, you can walk in that gym, right? Hey, I know y'all going to celebrate Juneteenth. You can show up to the Juneteenth barbecue in one of these. Kemet Black. This is the Kemet Black t-shirt. Fine wear, baby. Right? You ain't got to ask them if they was black. Right there, in your face. The whole family. Grandma, grandpa, grandson, granddaughters, and the father. All right there. See that? They all right there. That's right. Designed by who? Yours truly. Yours truly. This year, I designed this. And there's more coming. Right? It's a whole line. This is the first one in this line, in the Kemet Black line. Okay? And there's more coming. So get your Kemetville shirt and get your Kemet Black shirt. There it is, right there. Right? Get your Kemetville shirt and get your Kemet Black shirt. Can't say you didn't see it live. I just showed it to you live. Okay? So, like, that's really what's up. Like, that's really what's up. So, let me see. What y'all talking about? I've been so busy down here for a minute. Let me see. Hold up. Yeah. I mean, I personally don't rock with Juneteenth, but just because why y'all gotta look, y'all don't have to make things harder than it actually is, bruh. Just that's what the links are there for. That's what the links are there for. Unless you're talking about a significant amount of money, I'm not giving my personal address. Okay? Unless you saying, Shakka, I want to give 50,000. Here's 10,000. Right? Here's 1,000, bro. Okay, no problem. Here's my physical address. Send me that money order, brother, because I need it. Right? But and this is no disrespect. It's just that I'm a very private person. You know what I mean? And I gotta be, I have to be because just who I am. You know what I mean? But I need to get a P.O. box. So when people ask me that, I can just be like, yo, send it to P.O. box. But I'm always producing so much, I forget to take care of outside things. So man, she's dragging the wagon. Oh, that's what's up. Oh, that's what's up. Okay, okay. Okay, that's a good question. Will the web series be more about history, historical, or will it be more of a drama with lessons for everyone? That's a very, very Angelo. So if you understand Kemetic literature was both. It was dramatic, it also had narrative, but it was also didactic, meaning that it was meant to teach. Okay, it was meant to teach as well. And so we're going to be reading from all of it. That's why it says it's a web series of sacred scenes, monologues, and scripts. So being that the sources are of the literature are so eclectic, the way that the literature has to be delivered to be believable, convincing, and to pull you in, it has to be delivered through different mediums in different ways, in different contexts. You don't want to deliver everything the same way because it's all not meant to come across the same way, right? If we're doing a scene, like one of the ideas that I had is like, I don't want to put it like that because I think that would be wrong. I was saying, think Saturday Night Live, but drama, right? Because when you see Saturday Night Live, it's scene after scene after scene, and it's different. Each one is different. So I was like, think like that, but drama, but not in front of a live audience because we want it to be cinematic. That's why we're getting that's why we have the cameras and we're really just going for it. This is me just going for it. I don't know what this is going to end up as. I don't know where this is going to go. The only thing I do, something got to be done. I can't sit by knowing that I have the kind of knowledge that I have in my head and sit there and wait for a bunch of Hollywood A-listers who really don't give a fuck about black people, and wait for them to do something that they would never do. And if they did do it, they would find a way to fuck it up for us. So at some point, we got to stop pulling on their coattail, right? They sitting at master's table. We got to stop pulling on their coattail and just do it. Just do it. Resources are in the world, period. And whatever I got to say and whatever I got to do and whoever I got to fuck with to get it, that's what I'm going to do, period. But not to the point where I compromise myself or Kemetville, because if I'm compromised, Kemetville is compromised. Kemetville and Shakka-Ahmose are one and the same, right? Don't get me wrong. I'm not oblivious to the fact that this is more than just about me. It has to be, because if it was just about me, it would not have the value that it has. Do you know how many times I sit down to dinner and I want to watch us at our best and I can't find nothing to watch? I got to watch some bullshit. I got to watch Gladiator with Russell Crowe, who has a black Nubian in it as a supporting actor. I got to watch Pompeii, who also has a gladiator scene with another black man as a supporting actor. Why can't I just sit down and watch dinner and watch us ruling the fucking world? Why can't I see us when we were at our best for thousands of years before anybody came to interfere with us? Why can't we do that? Why do we got to beg the world? I think that is a profitable way to spend my time, period. I would rather fail at trying. I would rather fail at trying than succeed at something else and this not get done, period. And that's how you know when you where you're supposed to be, when you don't give a fuck about anything else, period. When you really just don't care about anything else, right? So just in case you need to be reminded, Do you know how them white people will lose their mind when that shit is? Are you kidding me? They don't work so hard to keep that from coming to fruition. The only thing that I don't understand is how we let it go for so long. And I don't know, just me being who I am, I'm just like, well, I'm not letting it go on any longer. Fuck it. You know, if y'all want to let it just say, you know, fuck, you know, to hell with our legacy, to hell with our history, and just let other people have the last word, I think we owe our children more. I believe that we owe our youth and our progeny, we owe them more. We owe them more than what we give them rap music videos. We gave them Puffy. We gave them Rick Ross. We gave them Nicki Minaj. We gave them Lil Wayne. We gave them Baby. We gave them all of the debauchery. We gave them niggas and bitches since forever. Kanye West had Tom Cruise and every white actor screaming, I ain't fucking with no broke nigga. Right? Right? Yes? Right? We've given them everything. We've given our children all of the garbage. All of it. And we co-signed all of it. All of it. At what point do you draw a line in the sand? You have to, at some point, draw a line in the sand because other people are willing to draw a line in the sand with you. Look at how they came out against Jada Pinkett over that Cleopatra fiasco. The whole country. Can't say the whole country because you got to understand, first of all, Egypt is a third world country. Whatever that term means, Egypt is that. Okay? It's a fucking slum. Okay? Some people didn't build any pyramids, they didn't build any tombs, they didn't build shit. It's a slum. Ain't nobody's going to Egypt to see a mosque. People go to Egypt to see things that were created by Black African people. Period. Period. And then they say stupid things like, well, why didn't you build anything in sub-Saharan Africa? Like, these people are ignorant. Apparently, they're so stupid. There's so much other shit that we built in sub-Saharan Africa that mirrors what you see in Egypt, but these idiots don't even know it's there. That's how fucking stupid they are. And one of the things that I've learned about these Egyptians, because I debate them, well, I can't call it a debate. I communicate with them a lot in these groups because they're big-time trolls. Egyptians are the biggest trolls around. And the more you talk to them, the more you see how stupid they are. Like, they're very, very uncouth. They're very uneducated. Very uneducated. These are the most uneducated people out there. There are dumber people in Black ghettos that are more smarter than the smartest people that you will communicate with in Egypt. And I'm not talking, remember, I told you when I'm talking about Egyptians, I'm not talking about the Black people in the South. They are not Egyptians. Egypt is a Greek word. Those people in the South are not Greeks. Those people in the North, those are Greeks. Okay? That's why they were so mad about the Cleopatra thing, because they know that they're Greeks. They know that they're European. That's why they was mad about it. Because if they were so-called true Egyptians, they would not have cared about Cleopatra. Who defends a colonizer? What people do you know defend a colonizer occupying monarchy? Nobody. These people are racially, mentally ill, and I'm going to do a whole presentation on it. I'm going to do a whole presentation on the whole Cleopatra thing that Jada did. I'm going to do you don't even know, because I got to have a reason to come up here and fundraise. I got to have something to talk about, right? Kemetville is still under construction. We're still building, right? So we got camera. Now we got to raise money for audio, right? Because our audio should be second to none, right? We're not piecemealing this thing. Our audio should be second to none. When people are listening, our sound should be just as good as anybody else's. Period. Our lighting, we gotta raise money for lighting. Our lighting should be the best lighting available. Why? Because as African people, we are a first-class people. Period. You didn't get the memo? It's not just about melanin. It's about your standards. If your melanin does not produce standards, then fuck your melanin. See how that works? If your melanin says second best is okay, third best is okay, then fuck your melanin. African children, African students, African young people need to begin to see African standards from African people here in the diaspora, in the US, in America. Because Africans in the US, whew, I think that we could do a lot better. That's all. I don't want to drag us through the mud. I think we could do a lot better. I know we can. I know for a fact we can. Yeah, them people lost their mind. What the heck? That was funny. That was really funny. He said, nigga, you Here we go. Hold on. Now I gotta see that one again. That was just really funny. Ninja YouTube one. That one made my night. That was really funny. Everybody, they know where you are already. All right? And they might know where I am, but they don't want to come here unannounced. It would not be smart. That would not be smart. Now I'm here. I'm here, bro. I'm here. That's what's up. You heard? I'm glad to be back. I had to have a reason to come back. Yeah, facts. Yeah, you're right about that. Most of the attacks come from the Nile Delta, especially Alexandria. These are the worst trolls. Not only the Greek, but Middle Eastern, Italian, and British too. Yeah, and I mean, and they get stupid about our country. Our country. It has not been your country forever, dummies. They act like that country has no history before they came there. That's how stupid they are. And when I show you the genetic studies on who these people are, they're gonna be mad. Now I know many of them will be watching, and I hope so, because a lot of them know who I am. Because when I go in these groups and we start going at it with each other with the memes, with the pictures, with the studies, with the links, all of that, I be destroying them. I mean, when I say I destroy them, I destroy them. Big time. Big time. Them Egyptian girls be in there crying. They be in there, they go, why are you taking our country? Like, just shut up. Go tell Allah. Because I don't want to hear. You know? Because you're not going to tell Horus. You're not going to tell Osiris and Isis because you don't believe in that. But it's your country. Right? So let me get back to this presentation so I can finish it up. Right? Let me see. I don't even know what's left. If there's anything left at all. So, right. So that's why I stopped, because I was showing you the original trailer, which was just basically she and I, Dan and myself. Right? So look how wonderful she looks, right? So right. And of course, Kefa Iboisette, that's my brother, Hotep Jesus. Okay. He was in it. Yes, he was. A lot of people see it. They're like, yo, is that Hotep Jesus? Yes, it is. Right? He came through. Brother came through for me for real. You heard? So that's what's up. Shout out to him. All right. So that's the cast. That's the main cast. That was the cast that was just in the trailer. But there are other people, there are other cast members that are not featured in this presentation, particularly for the short film. So I'm still kind of keeping that under wraps. But you're gonna see that stuff. And so for the Kemetville merch, these are the shirts, people. You see what it is, right? Stop playing. Okay, either you gonna represent or you not. You all know you got a brother, you got a son, you got an uncle, you got an aunt, you got somebody that wants to wear one of these shirts, wants to wear both of them. Make sure you go to the website Shakka-Ahmose.com and get your Kemetville shirt, the official Kemetville shirt, which is right here, and then get the Kemet Black shirt for those of you who really want to piss off white people when you're traveling around town, and you're in Whole Foods walking around, right? So the first one again, this is the Kemetville. This is the official Kemetville shirt, right? Get yours. That's all I can tell you. Just go to the website and get yours. You're gonna be very glad that you have it, right? It's gonna make you feel. It's gonna make you feel like you're part of the I bet, you know. And you had it before anybody else did, right? You had Kemetville before Kemetville was cool, right? You know, you don't want to be like them other people who are followers. They catch on to something late, right? You want to be able to say, man, I was Kemetville before you knew Kemetville existed. You heard? Right? This is the Kemet Black t-shirt. I love this shirt. I'm not gonna front. Right? The beautiful thing is we already have orders for both, as far as Japan, the UK, and here. So I'm really psyched about that. I'm really, really glad about that. But I want to see my local audience, you know, get theirs. You know, it's nice to know that we have that support in Japan and we have that support in the UK. That's nice to know. But I want to see my people here, like, you know, I mean, I'm just letting y'all just now finding out about it. The other people in the other places, the only reason they found out about it was because I had to have meetings with certain people. So when they saw the shirts, the first thing that came out their mouth was, yo, I want to get one. I want to get one. I want to get one. So we had to make it possible for them to get it. So, which is a great thing. But you can just get it right on the site, right? And again, don't forget, on the Kemetville homepage, on the Shakka-Ahmose.com homepage, that's why it says Shakka-Ahmose.com, the Fun Kemetville links are right on the page underneath the trailer, right? You can go to Cash App, $Shakka-Ahmose, just put Kemetville, or you can hit the other link, which will take you to PayPal, and it gives you options, $50, $100, $500, or other. So, you know, and yeah, I'm absolutely going to be, that's what's up. You heard? Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and I got to show you the intro for this platform now, because I was doing hieroglyph. I was experimenting with different things. I just said, you know what? It's Ahmose. That's what this is. This is episode 1 of Ahmose, and I'm really glad that you guys were here with me tonight to have this experience with me, because I really just laid it all out there. I've been holding this in for a year, which is not easy, you know. So again, this is not the trailer, people. So everybody calm down. What I'm about to show is not the trailer. You already saw the trailer. What I'm about to show, oh, okay. Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up. Okay. That's what's up. Hey, that's what's up. Hey, that's what's up. Oh, that's what I want to hear. That's what's up. To the UK, I don't know. I think so. I gotta find out. I think so. I gotta ask my business manager. She knows all of that. So let's see. So I am not doing the other presentation that I was going to do tonight, because I was supposed to remember it's 2 presentations every night. But I got so caught up in telling you the story of Kemetville, it really feels good to get it off my chest, because I've been living this. Right, and the only people who've been living it with me are like cast members, the production crew, and it's been blowing their minds, because we are all watching each other do this thing that people swear to God can't be done and can't be done right. Right? That's my main thing. It can't just be done. It's got to be done right. You know what I mean? Everything, the directing, the acting, the audio, the lighting, everything. Why? Because we come from a culture of perfection. That's what we should deliver. If we could deliver it for always promoting drug dealers, and every goddamn show that's popular with us with drug dealers. That's it. That's all we can show our kids with drug dealers. That's it. That's it. Powder, this, that. So we're all drug dealers. Like your world is that small. That's all you have. That's the only identity that you have to offer to black people. I'm not with that shit. I'm sorry. You gotta raise the bar. I'm not saying don't do that. I'm just saying do that and do this. You understand what I'm saying? But if that's the only thing you're doing, socially you're a cancer. From my perspective, I don't care who you are. Socially, you're a cancer. You know? You just stopped selling drugs on the street, and now you're just selling drugs as an image. You understand what I'm saying? It's the same shit. Like, those are the only stories that we have worth telling? Really? I just don't think that. We started civilization. You're going to tell me we got no stories worth telling? I appreciate you. Very much so, Salty. I appreciate you. You can show respect by clicking on one of them links. That's how we doing it. We showing respect. We ain't just saying it. We showing respect by going to the links and handling our business. That's what's up. You heard? No, they only go up to 3X. Damn, 5X. How big is you? Troy? Damn. Right? That's what's up. Oh, that right there is gonna be deep. The presentation on the Cleopatra movie, that's gonna be deep. That really is. So, okay. I appreciate you. Oh, celebrating you. Because you know why? That's the first official sale, people. I told you, everything is fresh. Like, y'all really getting this fresh off of the thing. Because I just been working behind the scenes. And the other thing, too, I also had to get back in shape because I knew I was going to have on this T-shirt. I was like, you got to look good. You got to sell that T-shirt, bro. You got to make sure, the guns is right. Tummy flat, the six-pack right, all of that. So I'm good. I've been training hard. In fact, I was standing outside today and I had just finished working out. And this dude walked by. He looked at me. He was like, man, incredible. So I was like, well, thank you, brother. I was like, just getting it in, got to get your money, yada, yada. I was doing pull-ups, and then I was doing my push-ups, my diamonds, my regulars, and my flats, right? Then I was doing my dips, everything, just hitting it hard. And I think he was enjoying it just a bit too much. I'm just saying. I think he was enjoying it at the moment just a bit too much. But I appreciated the encouragement. I genuinely did. You know what I'm saying? Because out here, especially me being me and doing what I'm doing, I need all of the encouragement I can get. Plus. All of the encouragement I can get plus. Real talk. You heard? Facts. So, if there's a great prop that we need, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And Majai, you are hilarious, bro. Are you a silverback gorilla? Yeah, you are hilarious, right? So, what did I want to tell y'all? Oh, so basically, I am going to do the Cleopatra thing, but the Cleopatra thing is not first. The presentation that I'm going to do probably tomorrow, because now that I'm back in front of the camera, I'm more comfortable being in front of the camera now. Because I haven't been in front of the camera for a while unless I've been in somebody else's platform. But then that's nothing for me because I don't have to really do anything. Here, I'm doing everything, right? So, that's what I was going to do very quickly. For those of you who didn't get to see the new intro to this platform, which is Ahmose. This is the new intro just for Ahmose. I love it. I worked on it all week long, and I'm just like sharing it. So that's it. I love it. I'm very proud of it. It just makes me feel good when I see it. You see, I was repping the shirts today. I'm pushing. I'm like, look, I'm repping the what do you call it? Not the attire. What's the word? I've been trying to remember this word all night long. With the apparel. That's the word I was trying to remember. Apparel. And it could not. I was trying to put it in the description. I could not remember the word apparel. So any of it, Kemetville apparel. This is Kemetville apparel. I'm gonna have to go back in the description and fix that. But let me tell you about those sisters, those queens that you saw, because they're each special in their own right. So I think the first one the first one that you see, most of you should probably know who she is already, right? Someone very special to me in my life. She's a scholar, businesswoman, and she's been my mentor when it comes to business. In fact, that is my business mentor, right? So she's also my business manager. But her spirit is very much involved with all of this, right? She's also my tech support, right? Because she knows this tech stuff like I will not ever know. So I learned from her a lot. So she's really just a mentor all across the board for me, and I try to be that for her as well. But that's TC. Y'all know who TC Atkinson is, and but it was really the other ones I wanted to talk about because you already know TC Atkinson. So the other ones, the dark skinned sister that you see in the white, who she's just walking through the room. That's actually DMX's god sister. Right, and she came through Morpheus from Force MDs because he produced a lot of stuff for DMX, and all of them come from Yonkers and this, that, and the third. So he was like, "Yo, you gotta put her in. You gotta put her in." I was like, "Yeah, tell her to come on." So she's in it, and I was glad to have her to be available just for the intro. Originally, she was supposed to be part of the short film of Isis and Osiris short film. However, things went in such a way that I came to the conclusion that it would be better to use her for something else in the future, right? Because I think she has a lot to give. And one of the things that I've been learning about this whole thing is you want to put the right people in the right place. And sometimes you can get the right people at the wrong time in the wrong vehicle. You want the right people in the right place for the right vehicle. And so that's my approach. I'm leaving no stones left unturned. And so that's what's going on with that. If there's anybody that wants to be featured on Kemetville, if you're an actor, if you're an actress, and you want to be seen and let people know that you can do drama, you can actually read a script, you can actually act, show people your talent and your skills, because there's going to be a lot of talent behind the camera, and that's what you want. All the talent in the world in front of the camera doesn't mean anything if the talent behind the camera is wanting. So I guarantee you, we're going to have the best of the best behind that camera, right? And we're going to have the best of the best on audio, right? And so the writing has already been done by the best of the best. It's the people that built them pyramids. They did the writing because we're actually using authentic Kemet literature as the scripts. Hollywood hadn't done that. That's what we're doing. Okay, so yeah, you know, this is a very, very rich project. It's very rich. It's a very rich undertaking. It's a lot. I'm surprised I put this much out here, but I can't fundraise and tell you nothing. So I figured if I'm a fundraiser, I might as well show you everything. And that's just what it is. And that's what I did. And you know, I only anticipate it getting more interesting from here on out. Because now it's not just me that knows. Right? Now, y'all know. So I just want to tell you something real quick so you can know what to expect tomorrow night. So when Jada Pink, this does relate to Jada Pinkett's Cleopatra. When Jada Pinkett's Cleopatra came out, she posted on her Instagram, which then posted on Facebook. I don't think she's on Facebook, right? So posted on the Instagram and it went to Facebook. And when I tell you, you can teach a whole course just by the racist comments that Egyptians leave in those threads. So I'm going to be responding to some of those comments tomorrow on screen here because I want you to see what they say. And then I'm going to show you the truth of the matter. Because I know that eventually they're going to come here. They're going to come here and they're going to watch and they're going to talk. And they're going to try to leave racist comments under my videos. They don't want to do that. That's not smart. Because I will make an example out of you. I will make an example out of you. Okay? I will do that. Okay? So, and most of them are stupid anyway. So that's how you know they didn't have anything to do with building those pyramids. They're stupid. Okay? So that's just the truth. Everybody from Zahi Hawasshole on down. They all stupid. Right? So that's just the truth of the matter. Is there anything else before I go? Is there anything else before I go? I can't think of anything else other than go to Shakka-Ahmose.com. Okay. In fact, you know what? Let me share my screen so y'all can see what it looked like. And then we're going to be done. Share screen, entire screen. There you go. Click. And this should be able to move with me. Share. Right? So I'm going to come. Oh, you're not supposed to see that. Right? So hopefully y'all can see me. I'll find out in a second. Right? What the heck? Oh. Ahmose.com. Here we go. What the heck? Oh, here we go. Shakka-Ahmose.com. Okay. So here we go. Let's take a look. See. Let's close this down. All right. Y'all don't need to see my messy desktop. Because my desktop be messy. Okay, yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I just wanted to make sure that y'all could see what y'all supposed to be seeing. Right? Go to Shakka-Ahmose.com. Okay, I'm just looking at it. I know you're seeing it on my screen too. Don't worry about it. Okay, cool. You're good. All right. So if you scroll down right here, so this is the website, Shakka-Ahmose.com. And as you can see on the banner, it's Kemetville, right? That's the cast right there, myself included. And then right underneath, you can see it right there. That's a trailer. Okay. Okay, so you can see that right underneath that. This is where you can make your contributions. You want to fund the Kemetville Web Series? Here's how. Cash App, hit the link below. Just click on that link. It'll take you to the Cash App. PayPal, click on the link. It'll take you right to PayPal, right? Or you could just purchase It says right here, the t-shirts, right? Our limited edition quality fine wear t-shirts, right? You can start with the Kemetville t-shirt, because you know we representing like that. There it is. Okay. There it is. I had to put a picture up there because all I had was white models up here. I was like, come on now. You're gonna get on the train and see a girl rocking this. White girl. See a white dude rocking that in the bar. Right? So he kind of one of us. Okay. So, but I had to throw it up there so you could see it, right? So there you go, right? Kemetville, right? Yo, make sure you get your shirt, people. Okay. And there you go again, right? Official Kemet Black Classic Tee. There it is. Okay. You can ride public transportation pissing people off when they see that, to remind them. Don't ever lose an opportunity to remind people what we did in this world. Right? You could also purchase my digital book, Ancient Egypt 101, A Beginner's Guide to Learning Ancient Egypt, where I highlight certain things that are pretty important for you to know if you're just getting started. This is for beginners who just really learning about ancient Egypt. Or you can get my book, Codex Game Over, where I show you the original Egyptian literature from which the Bible derived its text from, and I put the text side by side so you can see it. So you can also book a private 30-minute live Q&A with me. That's those Shakka-Ahmose one-on-one for 30 minutes. So go to the website. There's all kind of ways for you to support, to help fund. There's all kind of ways for you to help fund Kemetville. There's no excuses. Excuses is the one thing that will not make this happen. Okay? Remember that. And if it's starting to look like it's taking a long time for it to happen, ask yourself, how much did you contribute? How many other people did you get to contribute? Okay? Word of mouth, whatever it takes. So I've already explained to you why I'm not doing Kickstarter, why I'm not doing GoFundMe. Because if you use these platforms are essentially white platforms. And with enough pressure, they will cave, and I don't want to give them an opportunity to sabotage this process. So I've made it very simple, getting it straight out the mud. Here are the links. Here's PayPal, here's Cash App, and here are products that you can purchase. So there's no excuse under the sun for you to not be putting energy and resources under Kemetville. Okay? Thank you all, Nehem, for sharing this evening with me. It was very special because I didn't know how I was going to feel doing this. And I don't know how I'm going to feel afterwards. But I don't really have the luxury or time to like trip on that. Because we got to raise $50,000. Period. You know? Why? Because I think that the concept and the idea deserves it. That's it. That's it. And I would like to think that you think so. Right? I'm not going for 100,000. It'd be nice to get 100,000. It'd be nice to get 500,000. It'd be nice to get $1 million. But let me see what I can do with 50,000. Right? Let's see what we can do with 50,000. Can we show the world? Yes. You want to prove that we built the pyramids? This is your shot. This is it. The pyramids had to be funded. Don't you realize that that's the main story about the Great Pyramid of Giza? Khufu, what Khufu did to fund it? I'm not going to say what they said he did, because I think that's kind of messed up, what they claim he did. But that's just a legend, so I'm not going to even repeat it. But it had to be funded. All of those pyramids had to be funded. So this is your opportunity. It's Kemetville. This is our opportunity to show that we can do this. Period. Because we're going to do it. Okay? We're going to do it. So, because I know you didn't plan on... A year ago, that trailer didn't exist. Okay? A year ago, that trailer didn't exist. It exists now. Just something else for Egyptians to be mad about. Right? What you going to be mad about now? What you going to be mad about now, Egyptians? We didn't put any... We ain't impersonating nobody Greek in there. We are acting in the capacity of the original black inhabitants of that country that created that civilization. Now, if you got a problem with that, that's a whole nother discussion, and I'm more than willing to have it with you. You're not going to like it the way it goes, because I'm not one of these stupid black people that don't know history and don't know genetics and don't know. I know all of that. My nickname is Receipts. That's all I'm going to bring, receipts. Okay? So that's what's up. Let me look at what you're saying one more time before we disband out here. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Okay. All right. Of course there will be music. Oh, absolutely. I've been working on the soundtrack for almost a year now. I listen to it every day. It's incredible. It's the most incredible music that you can imagine. Absolutely. I mean, you saw the music in the trailer, you know, and you heard the music in the intro for this platform. Okay. Good morning. Absolutely. It should be. It better be shipping now. Absolutely. You buy it, it ships. Woo, that's how it works. Oh, I really appreciate that. That really means a lot to me. That one right there, that really, really means a lot to me because, yeah, sis, you can contact me like on the real, like, because you got like a whole mature vibe that's very encouraging. Like, you can hit me up and be like, Shakka, let's talk. I need somebody to help me stay psychologically in shape. Shakka, like, this is what you're going to do today. This is what we're going to do. All right? So that's what's up. That's what's up. I think the most exciting part of all of this, for me up to this point, was meeting with my business manager's lawyer to fill out the paperwork for the Library of Congress so that I could own the name. Hold that thought. So, when I tell you I own the name, Library of Congress, Certificate of Registration, Kemetville. Okay, Kemetville. I don't want to leave that up there because there's a lot of other stuff on there that y'all ain't supposed to be seeing. But I own the name, you know, and it was very exciting because we had to meet with the attorney. It was a three-way thing, and we had to go through the paperwork, we had to go through websites, we had to go through payments. It was just a bunch of things that had to happen, and I was just really psyched. Like, when it came back through, it was like, I own the name. Like, that's what's up. You heard? So, and ownership is everything. You know, people are always saying you got to own something. Well, I don't own a whole lot in this world, but there's one thing that I do own. You know what that is? Kemetville. Okay? So, and like I said, it's more than just about me, right? The name of the web series is not Shakka-Ahmose. It's Kemetville. And while you will see me most likely in 1 or 2 episodes, it will probably be limited to 1 or 2 episodes. Because there's a certain set of dialogues that I've always wanted to do. So, I will be delivering those, but after that, I just really want to be behind the camera. Like, I just want to be behind the scenes, you know, and just creating other opportunities for Kemetville. You know, and it feels good to say that. It feels good to know that that is my concern. Opportunities for Kemetville. I didn't say opportunities for Shakka-Ahmose. I said opportunities for Kemetville. If I happen to benefit from that, great, wonderful. Benefiting is a good thing. We should all benefit, right? So That's really just, you know, that's what it is. That's where we are, and I'm really tired, and I'm gonna go because I gotta work out tomorrow, and it's 4:30 in the morning, so I have to exercise before. I have to eat right, and I have to exercise before I come back here tomorrow because I'm going in on these Egyptians. I've had it up to here, and the reason is because, oh, this is what I was going to say a moment ago. With Jada Pinkett, when the day it came out, the Cleopatra docuseries, she posted and it ended up on her Facebook page. And I think I said, when you go through those comments and you see the level of racism from these Egyptians, at some point, Black people have to learn how to say enough is enough. At some point, you have to say enough is enough. They still shoot us down in this country. That young man got shot in the head the other day because he went to pick up his siblings from the wrong house. White man shot him through the door. Black woman last weekend just got shot through the door. A white woman shot her through the door because she came to complain that the white woman broke her son's iPad because she threw the iPad. And she just came to be like, to address it. And the white woman shot through the door. It's in Florida. So they still shoot us down like it's nothing. It's part of their mandate. In other words, you haven't lived. It's like they have this thing, like you haven't lived until you've killed a Black person. And I've noticed that about white people. All white people, not just white people in America, including white people in Egypt, including white people in Libya, including white people in wherever. In their minds, you have not lived until you've killed a Black person. At some point, you got to draw a line in the sand because they don't just kill us physically. First thing they kill is our history. That's the first thing they kill. So we got a lot of fighting back to do. Kemetville is one of those big blows. It's one of those big megalithic blows. Okay? So this is the truth of the matter. They don't just kill you physically, they kill your reputation first, so that when you are killed physically, all the rest of them celebrate. Why? Because this evil thing, this thing that is of no value, has been removed. You know how they say, oh, you haven't lived until you've eaten at this restaurant. You haven't lived until you vacationed in Dubai. I honestly believe white people have that thing in them. You haven't lived until you've killed a Black person. Like that Marine that killed that young Black man on the train the other day in New York City. And the funeral, the church service was literally right across the street from my house. I looked out my window and saw the whole crowd. I knew it was his funeral. I didn't even have to ask. Literally across the street from my house. I looked out the window. I think that young man would have been shocked. He had dignitaries showed up there and everything. Important people, there was like really SUVs. You would have thought it was a state funeral. But that's how we are. We shit on each other when we're alive. We shit on people when they're alive. But when it's for the camera, we'll send them off with a state. Right? This is somebody who couldn't get something to eat and was complaining about being hungry on the train. Right? But his funeral, you would have thought he was a celebrity. Western civilization leaves a lot to be desired. And human beings, my thing is that if human beings treat each other like shit the way that they do, what makes you think artificial intelligence is going to treat you nice? Artificial intelligence got something in store for your ass. And you're not even trying to fight against that either. You don't even understand what that is. What do you call an intelligence without a soul? Pure evil. That's what they're introducing to you. When they talk about the beast, That's what this is. You stupid mother. You're stupid. You just go to the club, keep partying. Oh, let me go get my nails done. Oh, let me go vacation over here. Let me see what restaurant he's taking me to. Or let me look at her butt. Right? Let me go to her OnlyFans and check out, see what she's doing. We going to the club tonight. Let's do the club. Bunch of dumb motherfuckers. Bunch of dumb motherfuckers. Cause when the shit hits the fan, who you gonna be praying to when that shit goes all the way? To God. Right? And you know what God is gonna say? You niggas have more than enough time to do something about it. If you really wanted to stop it, what did you do? Oh, I know you waiting for white people to save you. You waiting for the people who create the problem to come and save you. That means that you are just as insane as he is. Black people. You are just as insane as he is. That is the byproduct of being raised up under him on this big ass plantation called USA. You are just as mentally insane as he is. And she is. Because the white man ain't there by himself. She's there with him. You are just as mentally insane as they are. I hate to tell you that. But this is the truth. So, but in the meantime, you got to pick your battles. I've chosen my battle. I've chosen where I'm standing my ground. I've chosen where I'm drawing my line in the sand. You going to draw it with me? That's all I need to know. Is you with me? You heard? So, that's what's up. Yeah. All right, so. All right, people. So with that, get some rest, go to bed, get prepared to work on behalf of Kemetville. All of you, if you're watching this, I'm commissioning you. You're all being commissioned to go to work on behalf of Kemetville. Call whoever you got to call tomorrow. You heard? Because now that you know, call whoever you got to call, whatever phone calls you got to make, and let them know, contact Shakka-Ahmose. Okay? Contact Shakka-Ahmose. He's producing the web series. It's called Kemetville, blah, 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 blah. Contact that brother. And don't have nobody contacting me wasting my time. I'll just be like, hey, look, I think this might not have been a good idea. And here's why. If they contact me, it's because they're serious. Okay? Serious inquiries only. People with real resources that can really help bring this about. So that's it, people. Uncle Jasineb. And I should show you, I don't have it all out right now. I would show you the text in which all the literature is coming from. Because we're pulling from certain texts, right? Like certain native ancient Egyptian texts. So this is going to be something very special. Should have happened a long time ago. There's no reason why it shouldn't have been done, but I'm not sitting around waiting for somebody else to do it. Because one day I want to be able to come home, sit down, eat my dinner, and see us like I'm supposed to see us. Like we're supposed to see us. These Negroes in Hollywood act like they scared of ancient Egypt. Like they just, I don't know what it is. And that is the only thing that I will give Jada credit for. That is the only thing that I will give her credit for. Well, that and a few other things. There's a few things that Jada deserves credit for. Right? And it seemed like every time she tried to stand up for black people, she had Negroes had some slick shit to say. You understand what I'm saying? When she said boycott the Oscars and, let's do our own thing. What's wrong with doing our own thing? Right? Mr. Mouth had something to say. The guy who told that joke to you, I thought that was just a joke that Chris Rock told. That's when Will should have smacked his ass. When he said that shit. I was like, I wasn't invited. No, nigga, only minstrels get invited to certain things. Okay? So, now I know moving through this business, Shakka, you don't want to make certain enemies. Look, you know what I've learned about life? People who fuck with you, they gonna fuck with you regardless. People who don't fuck with you, they wouldn't fuck with you anyway. So you might as well just say what you got to say and just keep it 100. Because a person who's really 100, there they say real recognizes real, right? If you say something to offend a real person, all they're going to be concerned with is, well, is what he said true? How much truth was there in what he said? Because if it's true, I could still fuck with the brother. We just got to have a conversation. But if they're a fake person and they that small that they getting their feelings like that, fuck them. Because they would eventually at some point, there would be a problem anyway. So fuck them. You heard? So, just be true to yourself. Stay true. The world needs more true people. You know what I'm saying? Of every race, of every color. Because the one thing about true people in every race and every color is that we recognize each other. And that's it. So with that, Uncle John Seneb, get in the fair. And I will look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. Remember, everything is Kemetville. Long live Kemetville. Say it with me. Long live Kemetville. Long with me. On three. Count of three. 1, 2, 3. Long live Kemetville. Put it in the chat. I ain't gonna make you put it in the chat. Everybody's tired. Okay? But get your shit. Okay? Get it. Don't wait until later. You heard? You gonna wait until later and be like, damn, I should have got it when it was $40. You heard? Bye. Hey, what are you doing here? Look at here. Where do you find what? Everything is on Shakka-Ahmose.com. Look, oh my gosh, come on, people. Look. All night long. You just now showing up here? Your late self? Here we go. Shakka-Ahmose.com. That's all you got to do. Go to Shakka-Ahmose.com and everything that you want to see is there. You can watch the trailer for the web series, Kemetville, right? You can make contributions underneath the trailer. You can see the t-shirt. You can get your t-shirt there, right? You can also don't forget this one. This is important. I love this one. The Kemet Black, because I love the look on their faces when I wear this outside, right? The Kemet Black, the whole family, Tut's whole family, black. We ain't got to lie about nothing, okay? So get your Kemetville and get your Kemet Black shirt at the Shakka-Ahmose website, okay? On the Shakka-Ahmose website. And watch the trailer to inspire you, to let you know, yeah, we doing this. We doing this. It's really just that simple. I'm not going to say I'm not exhausted. I am exhausted every day. I'm not going to say I'm not tired. I am tired every day. You heard? Every day I'm tired, but it's worth it. You feel me? It has to be worth it. Oh, you just woke up from the gym? Really? Oh, you know what that means. If you just woke up from and man, yet this is just for you because I love you. All right? You and me go back. All right? This is just for you I'm doing this. This is for you. Pay attention. Hold on 1 second. Oh, let me get that off of there. Let me get that comment off so it's not blocking the screen. Right? Mignette, pay attention. All right? Because you probably didn't see the trailer, so I'm going to play it for you right now. Here you go. Right? It's the last time, and then I'm out of here. You can go watch it on the website afterwards. That's the original. Here we go. That was just for you, Mignette. Okay? There you go. So you got to see it. Okay? That was just for you. At tagline, what's the tagline? I don't even know what the tagline is. What's the tagline? But Kemetville, is Kemetville the tagline? Right? What is the tagline, Mignette? Tell me what the tagline is. Right? That's what's up. Oh, absolutely, no question about it. Yeah, it's textual based. It's straight up acting. It's film. It's cinema, and you should go back and watch this because you missed a lot. I told everybody my story about how people sent $3,000 cameras and $1,000 lenses just so that we could do this. I actually showed everybody the camera and the lens, you know? Like they sent this stuff through the mail just so that we could do this. Like basically brand new out of the box, but it was in a beautiful case, you know? So I showed the family that sent it, a husband and wife from Africa. He's from Tanzania. She's from Nigeria. And they have a beautiful little prince whom I love. He's so wonderful. And I love them. And I think about, there's not a day goes by that I don't think about them because they just change the dynamics of the whole thing. When people do things like that and you're on a journey like the one that I'm on, it affects you, it impacts you, it changes you, and it makes you appreciate the seriousness of what you're doing. It makes you take yourself that much more seriously. Whereas before, you might have opted out and been like, man, I'm tired. Man, I don't feel like doing this. And you realize you can't quit when people believe in what you're doing, when people are investing in you and what you're doing. Like when the brother just contributed $2,000, drove all the way up here from Pennsylvania to give it to me in an envelope. $2,000. Here you go, Shakka. Right? The young brother before that from the UK who just moved to Japan, who sent me $1,100. Right? When you see black people, and you know black people don't part with money easily unless it's some bullshit. We'll pay for some bullshit. But some meaningful black stuff, black people ain't parting with no money for that. So when they do, it's like, whoa. Like, you got to respect that. You got to respect the value of this thing. You feel me? That's your people giving you the green light. I don't need no white person in Hollywood to give me the green light. I got my green light from my people. That's all I need. And they give you the green light by giving you that green. That's why it's green. That's why the light is green, because it's green. They're not doing this. I don't fuck with black people that do that. I don't. They're no different than white people that do that. What's the difference between you and a white person that just does this? You the same. You just do this. That's the whole point. You got that in common. Both of you, a white person does this, a black person does this. Y'all need to sit in the corner and do that together. I got more respect for a white person who hates black people but does shit than for a black person who claim they love black people and respect black people but only does this. Don't do shit. Fuck that person. You're a cancer on the race. You're a chain around, you're a block around our neck. That's the truth of the matter. I'm keeping it 100 with you. I'm keeping it 100. Step forward, stand up and be counted. Period. I don't know how many podcasts you saw like this tonight where somebody showed you what I showed you tonight. And I don't know when you think another podcast like that is going to come down the pipeline. But you better hope and pray that white Hollywood does not do a movie about black ancient Egypt, ancient Kemet. Because they're going to find a way to screw you over if they do. And you better hope one of these black Hollywood Negroes don't do it, because they're going to find a way to fuck it up and please their master. You know that. I know that. Period. Black Panther did one Black Panther movie, and they couldn't get two, just about us. They had to include somebody else in our shit. You understand what I'm saying? So, but then again, the way I look at it is Black Panther did not come out of the mind of a black person. We did not create that. Wakanda, we did not create that. That is not our conceptual child. That's from Stan Lee, Jack Kirby, right? These people up at Marvel. That's just the truth. I shout out to Ryan Coogler. I love what he did. Ryan Coogler and who else? I think Ta-Nehisi Coates has something to do with it. I'm not sure. But I love what they did to develop the character. You know, to claim the character. But claiming something and creating something is two different things. It's two different things. Kemetville, this right here, this is all us. 100% us. You ain't gonna see no black woman falling in love with a white man. You ain't gonna see, and that alone will get it canceled in Hollywood. Nobody black is falling in love with somebody white. Oh, I'm sorry, we can't. We don't have any use for that. No. Ain't no black man falling in love with a white woman, and ain't no black woman falling in love with a white man. Not in Kemetville. Not in Kemetville. Right? I'm not saying there won't be any white people on it, because even if there are white people in it, you have to see it in the correct context. Yeah, I've already conceptualized some things already. You know, black people could give other people work. We could put other people to work on our behalf. Why not? White actors want opportunities. White actresses want opportunities. You heard? Yeah, you just got to cast them correctly. You know? Oh, so this is ancient Kemet. This is where white people fit in. Yeah. Yeah, y'all wasn't ruling shit. All right? You were the servants. Okay? You were the slaves. That's the truth. You were the servants, you were the slaves. So no problem. I cast you as that. We played enough slave movies. Y'all can't play no slave movies. I'll cast some white slaves. They want to get their face seen. You know? I could cast some Romans and some Greeks. You know? Talking about the good old days of the original ancient Kemet, and then we do a flashback to when it was just us. Yeah, there's all kind of things you could do. You know? So, you know, I'm about helping everybody. I'm just about helping us first. I'm about helping everybody, but I'm about helping us first. Right? Restore us back to our zenith. Period. I was watching Oath, the movie Thor, tonight. The last Thor movie. And in it, they have to go to this planet where all of the major gods live because they're trying to stop the god killer. And Thor said some shit, and I said, see, this is why I can't fuck with media. So that's why you got to watch out for these Marvel motherfuckers. Thor made a statement. Thor said to the people he was talking to, he said, we're going to go to this planet where all of the major gods are. He said, you can find the Egyptian god Ra, you can find the Mexican god Quetzalcoatl, right? And then he said, and then you can find the oldest god of them all, which is Zeus. So what the fuck? Even Homer in the Iliad and the Odyssey said that the gods of Africa were older than the gods of Greece. But Marvel got them saying some other shit out his mouth. Anything they can do to put white people here and everybody else here. That's who these people are. They do it even when they don't mean to. It's not like I don't think they do it on purpose. They're too fucking stupid. They know technology. They don't know history. And if they did know history, they're gonna tell it the way they want to tell it. Hey, it's their vehicle. If it's your vehicle, you can say whatever the fuck you want. That's why you gotta have your own shit. This is gonna be a black-owned vehicle. Does that bother you? Does that bother you? That piss you off? It's gonna be a black-owned vehicle. And I know it's gonna be all kind of shit that come with it. Well, I signed up for it, right? So I can't complain. You know? I cannot complain. Where's Kemetville? It's on my shirt right now. Man. Yeah, definitely go back and watch it, man. Yeah, real talk. Like, yeah, watch it. You'll see. There was a whole story. Yeah, even in Greek mythology, Zeus was not the oldest, right? Zeus had a father named Kronos. Duh. So how's he the oldest? It's like, these people don't care. Let me just see if I can miseducate your child. Because they know ain't nothing but children watching that. And that last Thor was really aimed at young children. Because it features a lot of children in it. Part of the plot is about children that are kidnapped. Like a whole crowd of children that are kidnapped from Asgard, from New Asgard. So, okay, so you're going to miseducate them, right? Because if you're miseducating the ones in the film, you're definitely miseducating the ones watching the film. So, but black people, it's like, we don't care about our children no more. We just let anybody tell our children shit. We don't care. When I was growing up, black people would guard our minds. Big time. Why you think I am the way I am? I didn't grow up with the kind of black people you got today. These black people, I hate to say it, they ain't worth shit. They ain't worth a damn. I truly believe in entropy. All you got to do is look around it. It's not just black people, it's the white people too. I saw a meme today that made me laugh so hard, I almost spit my food out. It said, after 1994, they just started making anybody. I thought that shit was so funny. I thought that was one of the best memes I'd ever seen. They said, after 1994, they just started making anybody. Because I come from a different world where people really had to have substantive character. You know? Now, it's just weak. Being weak is popular. Weak character is popular. Yeah, it's very popular. Given to the weakest aspects of yourself. You know? Yeah. No. Nope. Not at all. Uncle Justin Ebb, get in the ferret, Shakka-Ahmose.com, watch the trailer, contribute. Make sure you send everybody and your mother to that website. Listen to me. If you can't just do that, if you can't email blast everybody in your email list, everybody that's in your email, if you can't blast that website, Shakka-Ahmose.com, to them and tell them, look, go on there and spend some money, I don't got to tell you. You know you ain't worth shit. I got to just tell you the truth. Okay? So, look, it is what it is. Uncle Johnson there. Get in the fair. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And come with your thinking caps on, ready to learn. Okay? That's it. Hotep, Uncle Johnson there. Anybody want to hit me up? All my contacts are in the description. Okay? There's no excuse. My email, ContactShakkaAhmose@gmail.com. It's in there. Okay? So if you can't send an email, you really ain't trying to contact me. If motherfuckers can contact me from Zimbabwe, Tokyo, and the Netherlands in my email, and I don't know how they get my number, but they get my number too and text me, I don't want to hear shit. You're not trying to contact me. Real talk. Even my Facebook fan page, you're not trying to contact me. So with that, Uncle Justin Ebb, I'm out. Remember, Kemetville for life. Look, straight up and down. Or what is it? How he showed me how to do that? Right? Oh, is it? Yeah. Kemetville for life. That's it. All right, I'm out. Hotep, Uncle Johnson there.